Welcome back, everybody. How we doing? It's Wednesday, hump day, the day after. Hopefully you have recovered a little bit, got a few hours of winks since we departed last night with the election coverage. And of course, before I go too much further, you'll probably note that the show today is going to be my traditional show, No BS with Breaking Spectre only. My illustrious co host is feeling a little bit of the effects of last night still, so she is going to be sidelined in that for at least today. But hey, we'll deal. We got a lot of news to get to here. Before I do, I want to thank all of you for joining here this afternoon over on the YouTube side. Anon Mojo, one of our super fans out there, appreciate you being here this afternoon. We got a lot of our modsnet out there, Vernon, Super Tad out there. Good to see you guys. Lynn Jones, appreciate the £5 donation to our friends across the pond. Obviously, we'll have Daddy Dragon up next, immediately following this show. Good to see the Druid, New World Sun, Maria Ingram. Let's see, Kimberly Sizemore Manor, all in house. Pop and Pot Beans, that's a new one. I don't think I've seen you in here today, but good to have you aboard. Dangleberry, Dad Solo 17, Zelda Robinson, Sparta Beer, good to have you guys in house. Connie Cummins, the Kegel. Well, back to the bunker, no friggin' signal. Well, sorry about that, man. Appreciate you at least checking in. You'll be able to catch us on the replay. And of course, thank you to our folks over on the DLive side, which, by the way, if you have not gotten signed up over there, please do. Should something happen here, or let's say on the YouTube side and things become unfavorable, we have to part ways with them. DLive and Twitch are going to be our main platforms to go to. So you'll see our mods drop the links out there this afternoon. Make sure you get over there, get signed up. We have since leveled up a tier on the DLive side, and you guys can become infantry over there. Allows you more of the stickers and whatnot, be able to bypass chat, slow modes, things of that nature, all that good stuff. You can check that out right over on DLive/5x5. All right, so that being said, we've got a lot to get caught up on here. I'm going to just jump right in at this point. Again, last night when we departed, I think the very last thing that we covered was POTUS and that giving his talk, I guess, just before what was it, maybe about 2 o'clock in the morning Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern, something like that. Of course, nobody declared any winners, anything along those lines. I'm going to be using 270towin.com as kind of my base map. I know there's many others in that we were going around yesterday, but for the moment, this is what I'm going to use. At the time, I have not updated this since last night. I'm going to re-update it here again. But before I do, I want you to notice the states in that have yet to be called, right? We got Georgia, we got North Carolina, we got Pennsylvania running up the eastern seaboard. We got Michigan, Wisconsin, we got Nevada and Arizona out to the west. Now, I'm going to touch upon those here throughout the broadcast because of the shenanigans that have gone on since we last departed here in the wee hours of the morning. Many of you probably getting caught up know of the ballot drops at 3 a.m. Up north. Not good. I'm going to have some articles in that regard and some of the other shenanigans as well. So I'm going to go ahead and re-update this real quick just to see where things are, because I did see something that said that Arizona was called, I believe. Okay, so they're still not updating it. So it's only other maps at this point. So right now, at least according to 270 to win, 227 Biden versus 214 Trump in terms of the Electoral College. I do know that other maps are showing different numbers. I think perhaps Biden had like 238 maybe to 220 or something along those lines, give or take. So with that, let me just get into a couple of the blanket articles now that I got out of Zero Hedge that do a pretty good job of a lot of the coverage across all of these states, and then I'll start hitting the individual states here this afternoon. So out of Zero Hedge this morning, Trump surprise ballot dumps behind lead changes. Arizona Sharpie malarkey comes into focus. This article has been updated throughout the day as well. Last one just before 1 p.m. Eastern. Trump's campaign manager Bill Stepien has issued a statement confirming they will demand a recount in Wisconsin. Despite ridiculous public polling used as a voter suppression tactic, Wisconsin has been a razor-thin race, as we always knew that it would be. There have been reports of the irregularities in several Wisconsin counties, which raised serious doubts about the validity of the results. The president is well within the threshold to request a recount, and we will immediately do so. Mark Levin is enraged, and here's some of his points. Number one, I thought about waiting until my radio show to state this, but it must be said now. All night and this morning, the media are playing with the electoral map and their declarations of who won what states, and in virtually every case, it assists the Biden campaign. Shocker, right? Much like through the debates and everything else, they're carrying the water for him. Number two, North Carolina, Georgia, Alaska should all be called by now for President Trump. There was no legitimate reason to call Arizona early for Biden with so much of the vote out. There was no reason to sit on Florida and Ohio for hours when those outcomes were quite clear. Number three, the purpose is to make it appear that the president is not close to the 270 electoral vote number to win the presidency, and to make it appear that the president was never going to be re-elected. Number four, and you can see all the delays through the night and beyond waiting for the mail-in votes. Philadelphia, Atlanta, Milwaukee, Detroit, etc. This is followed by commentators telling us that there's nothing unusual about all of this. Nope, nothing to see here, folks. I mean, it's perfectly normal after the polls close to have 3, 4 a.m. drops through mysterious Cadillacs pulling up outside, or, sending pollsters home and then quietly doing some backdoor counting while everybody else has gone home. And this is just normal. Don't mind that. Delays in counting votes happens all the time. Sure it does. When you're trying to rig an effing election. Number five, really, we've experienced this before in all these states. Nonsense. Meanwhile, the Dems have been litigating in states for months to change existing election laws to help Biden and the Dems. And oh, by the way, folks, there's this little thing called COVID, because they knew they weren't going to be able to steal it electronically. So guess what? They were going to have to do it via paper ballots. Yeah, COVID. Convenient, right? Number six, they set in place the mail-in voting chaos some states literally a few months ago. Continuing on, this will not end well or peacefully unless full transparency is granted. And of course, the Dems will make sure that doesn't happen, right? As of noon today, in subsequent tweets, President Trump wrote they're finding Biden votes all over the place in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So bad for our country. Adding, they are working hard to make up 500,000 vote advantage in Pennsylvania disappear ASAP. Likewise, Michigan and others. And there you see the tweets. And oh, by the way, because Twitter is the primo authoritarian diktat of language, they say, well, learn about U.S. 2020 election security efforts. And so now they have to flag POTUS tweets. Right. And of course, many of you folks that are on the Twitter sphere probably realize that you cannot like, share, retweet any of his tweets at this point, and that has been going on since at least last night that I'm aware of. So yeah, who are the purveyors of truth? Well, apparently somebody died and made at Jack Dorsey boss, just like what old Ted Cruz said on the Hill last week with the 230 discussions, right? Meanwhile, in Arizona, poll workers reportedly passed out Sharpie pens to in-person voters, which has led to worries about invalidated ballots. Matt Schlapp had this to say. And of course, Twitter had to slap their little stuff on that one as well. AZ update. Apparently, the use of Sharpie pens in GOP precincts is causing ballots to be invalidated. Could be huge numbers of mostly Trump supporters. More to come. Midnight Rider, Chump for Trump, says they gave Trump voters Sharpies and now their votes are being invalidated. Whiskey, Tango, Foxtrot.
At ASU Polytech earlier, that like 4 different polling places were doing Sharpies, all in like between Queen Creek and like the edge of Gilbert.
Yep, and those ones are not being counted.
Yeah,
they're invalid.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
Like I approved.
So they're invalidating votes, is what they're doing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Like that's how I feel the picture of my ballot. And then there was a guy that directly came out and yelled at me 3 times. They both came out.
Oh no, they called the sheriffs and said that and told us to stop handing out the ballpoint pens. In which case, those are the only ones that are actually being counted and validated.
I used your pen and then I gave it back to you and I said, give this to somebody.
Yes. Yes, and so we know that, and we've been telling them you need to use a ballpoint pen, not the Sharpie, and now those are getting invalidated.
Yeah.
So people are coming here to vote for Donald Trump, and those votes are all getting invalidated. That's what's going on. There we go.
There you go.
Earlier.
So that's kind of the lowdown on what's going on with Sharpie Gate, or whatever the heck we want to call it over there. And of course, obviously, Twitter had to flag that as well. Pima County officials say don't get caught up in the controversy, adding that Arizona ballot tabulating machines can read ballots marked with a felt tip pen. Felt pens are discouraged because the ink can bleed through. And they continue on. It says if it does bleed through, the ballot will most likely get sent for duplication so it can be read by the scanner. The image is the text from the @Security Hobbs Elections Manual, Chapter 10, Section D, Subsection 3.2 and 3, out of Arizona's Secretary of State's office right there. Continuing on, official Pima County says all ballots in which voter intent can be discerned will be counted. That's also in the manual. No ballots will be discarded because of the method used to color in the ovals. Trump took to Twitter on Wednesday, claiming that the surprise ballot dumps are to blame for his lead magically disappearing overnight. And it says, last night I was leading, often solidly, in many key states. In almost all instances, Dems run and controlled, wrote Trump, adding, then one by one, they started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted. Yep, flagged yet again. And he says, how come every time they count mail-in ballot dumps, they are so devastating in their percentage and power of destruction? Yeah, it's almost mathematically impossible to have that many ballots come in. I think the number that was thrown around here was like 138,000 or something to that effect, maybe. And every single one was for the other side. What a coincidence. I mean, good Lord. The probability of something like that is pretty astonishing. Where's the Vegas odds on that one? And what is this all about? Talking about Matt Walsh. Some or all of the content shared in this tweet, is disputed. Of course, that's her flag. Says this is reason enough to go to court. No honest person can look at this and say it's normal and concerning. And he continues that on. Trump's comments come after several key states mysteriously stopped counting ballots on election night for the first time and perhaps ever, after which large batches of votes, seemingly all or mostly all for Biden, tipped the race towards the former Veep in Michigan and Wisconsin. And of course, Pete Dombroska says, got to sleep for 5 minutes, wake me up if anything important happens. Oh, they just found a bunch of Biden ballots chilling in the attic overnight. No biggie. So it went from this to suddenly, there you go, right there. Yep. That's just pretty normal. Anticipating possible unrest, Platt says, Biden gets an infusion of 138,339 votes, but nobody else gets one? Whiskey, Tango, Foxtrot. Yeah, if you look at the figures here, his number doesn't move, but magically Biden moves way up. The Dems are attempting a coup. Well, that goes without saying. His whole presidency has been one big damn coup from the start with multiple subplots. This is just yet another subplot in my mind. Money manager Edward Dowd suggests it's mathematically impossible for the nearly all of the overnight votes in Wisconsin to have been for Biden. Yeah, if this stands, the country is lost because it's in your face. And that's exactly right. We are not going to stand for this bullshit. I'll say that again. We are not going to stand for their bullshit that is open-faced election fraud. It's over. Mockingbird Media and Big Tech, your days are done. We are going to haul you in front of the courts, and you will be hung for treason. Period. Mark my words. Sharon Davis of The Federalist pointed out that the magical ballots issue and was promptly censored for it. Sharon Davis over at The Federalist, obviously. So while everyone was asleep and after everyone went home, Dems in Michigan magically found a trove of 138,339 votes, and all 138,339 of those votes magically went to Biden. That doesn't look suspicious at all. And of course, precisely 0% of this tweet is disputed. All I did was compare two different sets of numbers on New York Times website. That's called arithmetic, and it's not up for debate. Well, hey, hang on there, Mr. Sean Davis. I think we tend to forget that these guys were brought up on Common Core, so they do a little bit different math, and they have their truths, right? Not the truth, but their truth. So perhaps you might want to rethink that statement. And now we wait for Dems to finish counting. Just waiting on the figures from those famously uncorrupt Dems, big city machines. Lisa Boost says, I don't put anything past a political party who falsely accused a man of gang rape. Gray Connolly, is there any honest explanation for why major cities in a first world country cannot count votes in a national election that comes around every 4 years? Are these Dem-run cities surprised that these elections are being held? This is the stuff of a banana republic. And that's absolutely right. The shenanigans, the BS that went on with the voting machines and all that yesterday are indicative of third world countries. And I would contend many of the countries in that where we have installed free and fair elections after regime changes and whatnot probably have better mechanisms for voting and prevention of fraud than we do at this point. Many of them have their frickin' thumbs stamped, so they know that they can't commit fraud. But at the same time, we don't have to produce an ID? Again, bullshit. In any case, continuing on, Zero Hedge had this as where the vote stands, Trump sues to stop counting ballots in Michigan, Biden takes Wisconsin. According to the map here that I just showed, 270 to win. They have not given that to Biden yet, so the steal is clearly on. This was updated at 1:45 here today. The state of Maine has officially been called for Senator Susan Collins, who fended off a difficult challenge from Democrat Sarah Gideon, a well-financed challenger who drew money from big-time Dem donors from all over the country. Goes on to state over in Michigan. Actually goes back up to Wisconsin. The news comes as Biden prepares to make another statement after Wisconsin called the vote for him. And I think this will get into state that he's only up by like some 20,000 votes magically. Over in Michigan, the Trump campaign is filing a lawsuit to try and immediately halt the counting of ballots. There we see the statement from the Trump campaign in that regard from Bill Stepien. Let's see here. It says in other news, CNN has reportedly been told by the PA, the Pennsylvania Registrar of Voters, that more than 1 million ballots remain to be counted. Notably, news about the lawsuit and Biden's victory in Wisconsin. Updated at 1:30, Susan Collins of Maine has once again triumphed over Dem challenger as the moderate Republican who has broken ranks with her party on several major issues since Trump took office. There we see a tweet via Eric Russell has been elected to a 5th term after Sarah Gideon called just now to concede the race. Let's see. So, in terms of other news, still talking about Susan Collins, we'll jump down to Trump here at the 12:50 update. President Trump's campaign manager, Bill Stepien, has issued a statement confirming they will demand a recount in Wisconsin. And he says, despite ridiculous public polling used as voter suppression tactic, I think we covered that one already. On top of that, a county in the battleground state of Michigan is reviewing the election day vote count after the clerk, quote, became aware of apparently skewed results, end quote. Became aware? How does one just become aware exactly? It's blatant. It's in your face. I mean, cell phones, hello. We've been using these for a little while now, right? Antrim County Clerk Cheryl Guy learned of these skewed results in an unofficial tabulations, the county said in a statement. Since then, our office has been reviewing the results and the multiple redundancies to search out any possible discrepancies. Oh, I have a feeling they're going to find quite a few discrepancies, yes. By this afternoon, we expected to have a clear answer and a clear plan of action addressing any issue, Guy said in the statement. Until then, we're asking all interested parties to bear with us while we get to the bottom of this. State Rep Tristan Cole, a Republican, told a local radio station that the results were suspect. Yeah. There is no way that we flip from 62% Trump in 2016 to upside down this time around, he said. Additionally, Mark Levin is enraged. I think we just covered that, so this article kind of repeats some of that. This will not end well or peacefully till full transparency is granted. Let's see, scrolling down through here. Meanwhile, Arizona, which Fox News called for Biden last night, might be back in play. And I think Fox News has taken quite a bit of heat about projecting that so soon. Probably in a voter suppression tactic, which I'm sure was probably marched down from the high ups like the Paul Ryans over there. Now, the blue wave has been thwarted, and Dems took to return in the next Congress with an even weaker hand in the House, not to mention smaller than expected gains in the Senate. Both Team Biden and the Trump campaign are claiming victory as Americans wait for the final vote tallies from a handful of swing states that could once again decide the election. Biden has reportedly managed to flip Arizona, and while Wisconsin and Michigan are currently leaning Dem, North Carolina, Georgia, and PA, perhaps the most important state of them all, are still leaning red. And here we kind of see the maps of the states in question. You can kind of see the county by county breakdowns in that. And obviously, the blue strongholds are going to be around the major metropolitan areas, as is customary. As both sides lawyer up, here's the current state of play in the U.S., along with a rundown of where Americans and the rest of the world can expect the final results depending on a number of scenarios. So over to Pennsylvania. Long expected to be under scrutiny in a close race, with both campaigns aggressively courting voters in the final days before the election. Trump led Biden by about 657,000 votes as of 9 a.m., but there were at least 1.4 million uncounted mail-in and absentee ballots that will determine the outcome, according to the Department of State. Flashing down to Wisconsin, Biden had a small lead in Wisconsin, which has 10 electoral votes, after several metropolitan areas submitted their absentee ballot counts early Wednesday morning, overturning the lead that Trump had maintained since the polls closed at 8 p.m. By late in the morning, the Biden campaign was calling up for Joe after state officials said all votes had been counted. Although Biden was ahead by almost 21,000 votes as of 8:40 a.m. local time, no major network had yet called the state. So there's your figure right there, 21,000 votes. So yeah, POTUS and the campaign team on DJT's side are well within their purview to try and go after the recount, well within the margin of error. The bottom line, Biden is penciling in a win, but the state is still in play as of late Wednesday morning. Over to Michigan, a state Trump narrowly won in 2016, expects to complete most of its ballot counting by the end of the day, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson told CNN Wednesday morning. Ballots from Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Warren, and Sterling Heights were still being recorded. The state likely won't have final results until later in the day because Detroit is the largest precinct and had a record turnout this year with a large swath of absentee ballots that take longer to count than in-person votes. Benson said 3.3 million absentee ballots have been received and are being tabulated, and another 2 million to 2.5 million voted at the polls on Tuesday. Over to Georgia. All but one of Georgia's counties had completely reported vote totals as of Wednesday morning, but in Fulton County, which includes most of the Democratic stronghold of Atlanta, only about 77% of the estimated vote has been counted. Fulton, the largest county in Georgia, suffered a setback earlier Tuesday in counting mail-in ballots after a water leak forced officials to stop tallying, and tens of thousands of ballots were left uncounted. And I do have an article in that regard that I'm going to touch upon here throughout the broadcast. North Carolina's race was tight on Wednesday morning, with Trump leading by about 77,000 votes. 62% of the state's voters cast ballots before Election Day. Most registered Dems voted early than Republicans, but one-third of the electorate is unaffiliated with either major party. The State Board of Elections said that 100% of precincts have reported Election Day votes, but that the state still had to count about 25% of the total ballots cast, or roughly 1.9 million votes. Bottom line, the state has as long as 9 days to count mail-in ballots sent before Election Day. And yes, that was a ruling through some lawsuits and that over in North Carolina, extending that way, way, way out. Nevada. Final count in Nevada isn't expected for several days as it awaits ballots mailed as late as Election Day to arrive, though it isn't clear how many people waited that long to vote. With about 82% of votes counted, Biden was holding a lead of less than 1 percentage point. Clerks have until November 10th to receive mail ballots and until November 12th to count them, said Jennifer Russell, a spokeswoman for Nevada's Secretary of State. The bottom line, the state began posting partial results late Tuesday, with Biden holding a slim lead over Trump. That count, which includes the early and Election Day voting, will continue to trickle in on Tuesday. So that is a quick synopsis of what is going on via Zero Hedge around the country where the states have not been declared winners one way or the other. That being said, let's start getting into the rest of the states because there's a lot to get through. So I'm going to start off with Arizona. Over to Gateway Pundit here this morning. Dem, big tech, and media actions to steal the election. Here's what's going on in AZ. The fix is in. The Dems, big tech, and the corrupt media have joined forces with the state leaders in a select few states to steal the election win away from President Trump. Here's what's going on. Throughout the evening last night, big tech prevented President Trump's tweets to be shared, and the media all night never allowed VP Biden to ever be behind. Florida and Texas were in the Trump corner very early on, but the media would not call these big states for Trump. This prevented President Trump from being seen as a clear leader in the race. The media did, however, call Arizona and Virginia for Biden very early on. Last night, Trump was behind all night in Arizona, which was strange because respected pollsters and the Trump team believed Arizona was in the Trump corner for some time. Then suddenly, with 25% of the vote remaining to be counted, Fox News called Arizona for VP Biden. This was the first state to flip from 2016, and as of this morning, still is. Fox News called Arizona for VP Biden, and as of this morning stands by their call. What's puzzling is that Fox is the only channel to call Arizona, and 25% of the vote count remained. This was also the first and only state to change from 2016. The other concerning piece is that Fox and other media outlets would not call Texas and Florida for Trump for hours, even though more than 95% of the vote was counted and the president had sizable leads. All right, moving on from that one. Out of red state, update. Video suggests they're invalidating Trump votes in Arizona through very simple means. Arizona Secretary of State corrects the record. And in that regard, it says, according to Fox 10, Arizona Secretary of State has made it clear that ballots marked with Sharpie pens will be counted and that ballots are purposefully offset so that the ink doesn't bleed through and interfere with other ballots. Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs said ballots marked with Sharpies will be counted by the Elections Department. Maricopa County ballots are deliberately offset so that if ink bleeds through, it does not interfere with the bubbles on the other side. Not many can believe that Arizona went blue and that something was odd. Indeed, something was odd. They were calling the state long before it had any right to be called over at Fox, but I digress. It seems that there were some very odd things happening on the ground in Arizona, and one video making the rounds on Twitter shows something that could be an attempt at voter suppression. A user, Dowhat Lights You, shows a video being filmed by a man talking to a woman. According to him, they were invalidating votes by handing out Sharpie pens to people when ballpoint pens are only the valid way of filling out a ballot. According to the woman, a man came out and yelled at her 3 times to stop handing out the ballpoint pens, allowing only Sharpies to be used. The Twitter user also claimed that she, too, was handed a Sharpie when she went to vote as well. And I think this is the same one that we just saw previously. According to ABC 15, they received several messages on Election Day that Sharpies were indeed being handed out, and those who did use Sharpies did not have their ballots counted, while those who used ballpoint pens did. Maricopa County gave instructions saying that using Sharpies were fine so long as red ink wasn't used. Election officials also confirmed that your ballot will still be counted even if the ink bleeds through. Any concerns with incorrect marks could be brought up to an official, and the voting centers would provide you with a new one. Maricopa County even released a video discussing the use of the Sharpies. So I'll leave that there. Sharpie Gate apparently continues. According to the officials over there, they say it's not a big deal, but the boots on the ground potentially say otherwise. Over to Gateway Pundit, still talking about, moving on to Georgia, North Carolina. Gateway Pundit had Dems, big tech, and media's actions to steal the election. Here's what's going on in Georgia and North Carolina. Much the same. Says throughout the evening last night, big tech prevented Trump's tweets from being shared. Okay, we covered that. Getting down to the nitty gritty, says last night President Trump was ahead in both Georgia and North Carolina, and the election officials there decided to stop counting and go home. This was strange. To our knowledge, never before in U.S. history has a state just, decided to go home and stop counting. James Woods piped in, says, since when do they just stop counting votes on Election Day in America? Very good question. Fox News and other media outlets have not called either one of these states yet, but Trump is winning both. Over in North Carolina, as of this morning, Trump is up in North Carolina. This has been the case since last night. Trump has 2,732,104 votes to Biden's 2,655,392 votes, for a lead of 76,712 votes, with 94% of the votes counted. It's difficult to imagine any scenario where Biden could catch Trump in this state. Why they stopped counting in North Carolina early last night is unknown. Over in Georgia, President Trump has a lead. Trump is up with 2,380,946 votes to Biden's 2,278,123 votes, for a difference of over 100,000 votes and 2%, with 94% reporting. Again, it's unlikely that this win for Trump could be overturned. So, for some unknown reason, North Carolina and Georgia decided to stop counting ballots last night and sleep in and continue their counts today. These results should have been completed hours ago. And of course, this is ripe for fraud. And of course, the entire mail-in ballot scenario put in place in these states in 2020 is ripe for fraud as well. This overall effort was planned to make President Trump look bad. We are dealing with individuals who want to destroy or overturn our government. We've reported on this for weeks. Obama's ethics czar, Norm Eisen, is behind this, as well as the other parts of the rolling coup: the Trump-Russia fiction, the fake and illegitimate impeachment, the state's unconstitutional dealings with COVID, and the related attempted destruction of the U.S. economy, and now this attempt to illegitimize and overturn President Trump's win in this year's election. Eisen did this stuff for years in foreign countries. Now he is doing it here. So we'll leave that there. We'll continue on the path. Georgia, over to Epoch Times, says 2 Georgia counties experience delays in vote counting. And so much along those lines, 2 large counties in Georgia experienced problems counting ballots on Election Day. A burst pipe at State Farm Arena affected the room where absentee ballots were being counted. Fulton County authorities said in a statement on Tuesday. Now, let me ask you this, chat. What are the odds that a pipe would, just so happen to burst right above the room where the frickin' ballots are being counted? What are the odds? I mean, dear God, if I had $1 million and bet on every single one of these coincidences, I'd be freaking rich. What are the odds out in Vegas on this stuff happening? The county planned on reporting results for approximately 86,000 absentee ballots, as well as Election Day and early voting results, but won't tabulate the rest of the absentee ballots until Wednesday and Thursday. This is a labor-intensive process that takes longer to tabulate than other forms of voting. Fulton County did not anticipate having all absentee ballots processed on Election Day, the county said. Walter Jones, a spokesperson for the Georgia Secretary of State's office, told the Epoch Times that he did not have a clear picture of what was happening in Fulton County. Well, that's nice. So they don't have a full picture of what's going on in all the precincts and districts and whatnot of where all these votes are being counted, but yet the Secretary of State's office is supposed to be the one that signs off on all this, and you don't have a clear picture? Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. In any case, over to the Washington Examiner. There's the burst pipe causes election results to be delayed in Georgia's most populous county. More of the same. Again, a water pipe burst at State Farm Arena in Fulton County, where most of Atlanta is located, delayed the processing for operations for absentee by mail by 4 hours, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Apparently, no ballots were affected. There was a pipe that burst in the room where we actually had ballots. Thank goodness that none of these ballots were damaged, said Dwight Brower, a member of the Fulton County elections. However, the unforeseen plumbing problem will likely ruin the chances of a 3/4 count by 10 or 11 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be later than we would like it to be. Georgia obviously is considered a must-win state for Trump to be victorious over Biden. And as of around 8 p.m. on election night, the New York Times election needle for the state was leaning Trump. Fulton County reportedly scanned and processed over 86,000 of the total 130,517 absentee ballots received but the number does not include the ballots received on Election Day. So much more to go there. Again, further shenanigans. What are the odds, folks? What are the odds? Nonetheless, over to big league politics. Tens of thousands of ballots dropped off in USPS boxes at Detroit Absentee Ballot Processing Center at, 3:30 a.m. after election. When everybody's asleep. This is how these folks operate. They operate in the dark of night, in the shadows. And that's why we're casting a light on it. One day after the election, the results are still pending and will likely depend on the Rust Belt. President Donald Trump holds a strong lead in the state of Michigan, but the city of Detroit and their mail-in and absentee ballots have yet to be officially tallied. In news that will likely cast further doubt on the election results, tens of thousands of absentee ballots arrived in large U.S. Postal Service boxes at the TCF Center in Detroit, Michigan, on Wednesday morning at 3:30 a.m. The TCF Center, formerly Cobo Hall, is where the absentee ballots are counted for Wayne County, which is the home of Detroit. Former Michigan State Senator Patrick Kolbeck wrote that the total number of ballots dumped on the counting board totaled 38,000. Starting hour 13 at AV Counting Board in Detroit at Cobo Hall, the majority of the final drop of 38,000 ballots that arrived at 3:45 a.m. have yet to be counted. Military overseas ballots have yet to be counted as well. Before the ballots showed up mysteriously at 3:30 a.m., no ballots had arrived at the TCF Center for over 6 hours, and many poll workers in the facility sat around with no work to do while getting paid hundreds of dollars by the state of Michigan. According to Michigan election law, all of these mail-in and absentee ballots had to be submitted before 8 p.m. on Tuesday night in order to be lawfully accepted and counted for the election. This means the city of Detroit potentially sat on these ballots for hours. The white van that arrived had the name of Detroit City Clerk Janice Winfrey emblazoned upon it, as well as a logo and a phone number. Last month, Winfrey set the stage to drag out the process in an interview with ABC 7 News. We're back in control, and we know that we will have nearly 10,000 poll workers that will be working with us to process ballots on Election Day, or Election Week is what we're calling it now, because we know we're going to be slow, she said, adding that she was not going to let outside influencers get in the way of her Election Day schemes. That entire interview with Winfrey can be seen in full context right here. So that is over at Big League Politics here this morning. In any case, moving along, still in Michigan, Michigan officials warn of robocalls telling residents to vote Wednesday due to long lines on Tuesday. This out of, I think it was Washington Times also picked up this story. Out of Flint, Michigan, Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson and Attorney General Dana Nessel revealed Tuesday that an unknown party is purposefully spreading voter misinformation in Flint via robocalls. The calls are reportedly going out to Flint residents and telling them that due to long lines, they should vote tomorrow. This seems like the oldest trick in the book, right? Yeah, you guys that want to vote for your guy, you guys got to vote on November 4th. Yeah, that's right. Insanity. And hopefully nobody fell for it, regardless of which party. And nonetheless, out of Citizen Free Press, early ballot returns in Nevada, now swinging back to the west. The numbers are intriguing. We get this. Let me see here if this will come back up. Come on now. No, apparently not. All right, so apparently that story has now gone by the wayside. But anyway, this was a story about the early ballots net that had been coming in Nevada. Obviously, they were seeing some anomalies with that as well, this being over in Nevada. Continuing on with that theme, a Nevada judge blocks Trump campaign lawsuit challenging mail-in vote counting process. This dating back a couple days now, but nonetheless still quite important. A Nevada judge blocked a Trump campaign lawsuit that requested a change in the way the state processes mail-in ballots. The lawsuit And if I get any more of these stinking ads, good Lord. The lawsuit, which the Trump campaign filed on October 23rd, asked for a temporary restraining order to keep more ballots in Clark County from being counted. Carson City District Court Judge James Wilson denied that restraining order request, but allowed a hearing on the matter to take place. So during the hearing last Wednesday, the president's campaign attorneys argued they wanted observers to be able to monitor the signature verification process more closely. They wanted the Republican Party to be able to install cameras for observation. And if you were with me yesterday during the midday report, some of the things that I covered were the fact that around the country, and I think this one was actually in Philadelphia at the time, poll watchers net were being denied access, even though they had the permits and necessary paperwork to get into whatever polling station they wanted to go to. They were being denied. And some of those that were let in were more than 100 feet away to where they couldn't even see what the heck was going on some of these tables. So why the secrecy, right? The judge ruled against the lawsuit, arguing the Republican petitioners provided no evidence of any injury, direct or indirect, to themselves or any other person or organization. He added, there is no evidence that any vote that should lawfully be counted has or will not be counted. There is no evidence that any vote that lawfully should not be counted has or will be counted. There is no evidence that any election worker did anything outside of the law, policy, or procedures. During the hearing, Nevada Deputy Solicitor General Gregory Zanino argued the filing was motivated by partisanship. Well, and never mind the fact that I'm sure that particular judge was seated by, a Democrat, or heck, for that matter, it probably doesn't even matter if it's a Republican or not, Bush or otherwise. They're just anti-Trump and anti-American. In any case, over to Gateway Pundit back again. Says what? With election too close to call, Nevada officials announced they will pause releasing new totals for 24 hours. So they're not willing to sign off on this. According to the map here, it's showing Biden 588,252 to POTUS's 580,605. Nevada officials announced they will pause releasing new totals for another 24 hours. Biden currently leads President Trump by 8,000 votes. Yeah, pretty slim margin. So election officials announced they will not release any more totals for 24 hours, and it's not clear how this helps the process. Yeah, exactly. How does it help the process exactly? In any case, according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, with Nevada election results too close to call, the morning after Election Day, there's going to be a one-day pause in the releasing of any new vote totals. So what are they going to do? Double back on their account and make sure that's exactly so? I don't know. According to Michelle Malkin, watch at 3 minutes. This is engineered chaos, and the outcome is that we are not going to know who our president is on November 3rd, according to Catherine Engelbrett. The Columbia Bugle, important. At Michelle Malkin segment exposing several left-wing groups and their donors plan to meddle in our elections. A galaxy of left-wing groups are audaciously implementing the plan under the guise of protecting elections. One of them is the Center for Tech and Civic Life. So perhaps maybe I can scroll this up to about the 3 minute mark and see what she's got to say. Maybe. Let's see here. Is this going to cooperate? Yeah, let's take a peek.
Over and over again, liberal journalists and academics tell us that...
Come on, scroll. There we go. Let's get it up here.
An election. It is about ending them all. One of them is the Center for Civic.
There we go.
One of them is the Center for Tech and Civic Life. It just so happens that this outfit, based in Chicago and founded in 2012, has showered more than $6 million in the 5 largest cities in the crucial swing state of Wisconsin, where Trump won with less than a 1% margin of victory.
Out of Chicago. Surprise, surprise. Who else is out of Chicago? 44 and his minions, HRC family, the crime bosses. No surprise there. In any case, over to the Washington Examiner again, back over to North Carolina. They're going to delay releasing election results after 4 precincts open late. This was yesterday's news, but still important. Says North Carolina will delay announcing election results statewide until after 8:15 p.m. after 4 precincts open late. The North Carolina State Board of Elections voted Tuesday to extend voting at 4 precincts after each polling site opened late, the board said in a press release. North Carolina has 2,660 Election Day polling places. And there we see the statement via the NCSBE right there and their subsequent letter. Let's see here. It says the delays affected Cabarrus, Gulford, and Sampson counties. North Carolina does not release any of its results until the last polling location closes, which means no results will come out of the state until after 8:15 p.m. when Sampson County's Plainview Fire Station precinct closes. Per state law, all votes cast after regular polling hours and at 7:30 p.m. will be cast as provisional ballots. With 2,660 polling sites, it is not unusual for minor issues to occur at polling sites that result in a brief disruption of voting. The state board routinely meets to discuss the extension of hours when the need arises. The statement read, as of Tuesday evening, 4.5 million votes were already cast in North Carolina, more than 95% of the total votes cast in the 2016 election. Trump won the state in 2016 by almost 4 percentage points. Depending on the margins separating Trump and Dem presidential nominee Joe Biden, a victor might not be announced by election night. The Supreme Court ruled last week that the state could accept mail-in ballots up to 9 days after Election Day, provided the ballots are postmarked by November 3rd. Trump derided the decision after arriving in Charlotte, North Carolina on Sunday for a campaign rally. And continuing on, other interesting news out of North Carolina by way of some of the congressional seats. The 25-year-old paraplegic Madison Cawthorn wins North Carolina congressional seat, making him the youngest lawmaker in Congress. Very interesting. Says according to the Daily Caller, Madison Cawthorn won a North Carolina congressional seat against retired Air Force Colonel and Democratic nominee Mo Davis. Cawthorn, a 25-year-old paraplegic, won Western North Carolina's 11th congressional district. Cawthorn is now the youngest lawmaker in Congress. There we see the tweet out of AP Politics there. Says, I definitely am running against the Republican Party. They're a party that doesn't try to tackle real issues. They are a party that always says no to things, Cawthorn said. He's a fresh new package, but the things that come out of his mouth sound like Strom Thurmond from the 1960s. There's nothing original about his sexist, racist views, Davis said. Oh, sure. Yeah. 25 years of, foisting that and getting that pretty well pat down, because that's what we do in our formative years is figure out, just how racist and sexist we're going to be, right? Davis served honorably in the U.S. military for 25 years and worked in both the Bush and Obama administrations on national security issues. The Dem candidate is a frequent critic of President Donald Trump. Good riddance. See you later. Off to the next. Back over to Washington Examiner again, up to Pennsylvania this time. Pennsylvania Attorney General takes heat for tweeting about a Biden victory in the state. This again dating back a couple days, but in case you missed it, you're more or less electioneering and advocating for the opposite candidate, at least Biden anyway. Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro came under fire for comments he made about the state's presidential election results. If all the votes are added up in PA, Trump is going to lose, Shapiro tweeted on Saturday. That's why he's working overtime to subtract as many votes as possible from this process. And for the record, he's 0-6 against us in court. We've protected voting rights now. Ignore the noise. Vote. Way to be, Josh Shapiro, right? Nope. Before a single vote has been counted, Pennsylvania Dem Attorney General is declaring that Biden has already won and promising to litigate the state into Biden's corner, Federalist co-founder Sean Davis said. And there we see his tweet in response to Shapiro. Says Matt Whitlock, a senior advisor for the National Republican Senatorial Committee, criticized Twitter for not flagging Shapiro's tweet like it has done with tweets predominantly from Republicans, alleging that accepting ballots after Election Day will increase voter fraud. And then Tom Fitton also got aboard, says at Twitter, labeling this at Tom Fitton tweet about concerns that are being litigated now, and not labeling this outrageous at Josh Shapiro PA tweet, declaring the Pennsylvania election is already over is outrageous, Whitlock tweeted. Shapiro is an actual election official. So, aside from that other shenanigans out of Pennsylvania, the first post-election lawsuit in Pennsylvania was filed on Tuesday with high stakes. This out of Red State, it says it came to light today that election officials in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, a suburban Philadelphia county, have been engaged in the practice of curing deficient mail-in ballots by contacting the voter and providing them a chance to correct whatever defect was discovered when the ballot's envelope was opened. Oh, I'm sorry. We noticed that you filled in the wrong circle for president. Yeah, we labeled that a defect. Are you sure about that? You want to change that? Pennsylvania law has no provision authorizing a curing practice, nor does it prohibit such practices, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court did not include in its earlier decision authorization for quote-unquote curing procedures such as those alleged to be taking place. The lawsuit was filed in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania by a GOP congressional candidate, Kathy Barnett. The congressional district she is seeking to represents voters in both Montgomery and Berks counties. Says, I'll go into the legal issues raised by her complaint in a later post once a bit more is known. One claim is based on the Supreme Court's decision in Bush versus Gore, wherein the court held that inconsistent standards applied across several counties in determining election disputes can violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, since citizens in different counties undergone different treatment in how their vote is determined by the county government. Plaintiff Barnett claims that because Berks County is not engaging in the curing practice that Montgomery County is engaging in, this raises an equal protection problem. The complaint alleges that election officials have illegally pre-canvassed ballots by opening the mail-in envelopes and examining them. I have not researched the issue yet, but my recollection from some of the things I've read is that under Pennsylvania law, the mail-in ballots were not supposed to be opened until election day. The complaint includes photographs of what it claims are thousands of open ballots left on a cart in the hallway of a county office building. What a crock of crap. In any case, over to Fox News, still in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania County under scrutiny as judge weighs in on claims ballots were canvassed early, changed, reports the modified ballots are to be sequestered pending further guidance. And I think this is more of the same on the same story. One county in the key swing state of Pennsylvania has already found itself involved in a legal challenge following claims that it violated a state's election code by pre-canvassing mail-in ballots prior to election day. And yeah, so this is going to go on and talk about the Montgomery Board of Elections as well. Let's see, is there anything to highlight out of this? Oh, the plaintiff, Republican congressional candidate Kathy Barnett, also claims that election watchers were not able to properly view the entire process. In a Facebook post, Barnett referred to the alleged violations as felonious foolishness and dishonesty. Around 3,900 ballots were claimed to be pre-canvassed early. However, only about 49 ballots are said to be in question. A spokesperson for Montgomery County acknowledged the motion filed by Barnett and said it believes in process is sound and permissible under the election code. Pennsylvania, which is expecting a surge of mail-in and absentee ballot volume, is under intense scrutiny as potentially the key state that either presidential candidate needs to win in order to declare victory. So, again, the shenanigans continue in Pennsylvania. Now over to Wisconsin. Supreme Court upholds Wisconsin law requiring receipt of mail-in ballots by Election Day. And this does date back a few days ago, but nonetheless, it would call into question the fact that if ballots were indeed found well after the 8 p.m. deadline, then why in the Sam hell are they being included when it clearly says by this article that they are supposed to be received by Election Day? Violating their own damn rules. Refuses to vacate the Seventh Circuit stay of district court injunction extending the deadline, with the 3 liberal justices dissenting. and that's out of legal insurrection here. It says the United States Supreme Court has upheld Wisconsin law requiring that absentee and mail-in ballots be received by Election Day. The court rejected lower court attempts to extend the deadline for receive. The decision came in an order denying a motion to vacate a prior Seventh Circuit stay of lower court injunction. The order with all dissenting and concurring opinions is here. Chief Justice Roberts, trying to distinguish his failure in a Pennsylvania case, wrote in concurrence. In this case, as in several this court has recently addressed, a district court intervened in the thick of election season to enjoin enforcement of a state's laws. Because I believe this intervention was improper, I agree with the decision of the Seventh Circuit to stay the injunction pending appeal. I write separately to note that this case presents different issues than the applications this court recently denied in Scarnati versus Bukvar, Ante et al., and Republican Party of Pennsylvania versus Bukvar, Ante et blah blah blah. Wow, the Pennsylvania applications implicated the authority of state courts to apply their own constitutions to election regulations. This case involves federal intrusion on state lawmaking processes. Different bodies of law and different precedents govern these two situations and require, in these particular circumstances, that we allow the modifications of election rules in Pennsylvania, but not Wisconsin. Gorsuch had some things to say about that, but I think that's enough legalese for one day. I think you get the idea. In any case, over to law and crime, still in Wisconsin. Here's what Wisconsin's recount law says and what it means for Trump. Obviously, with a very narrow margin, yes, I think POTUS will likely go after the recount there. Just before noon on Wednesday, projections started to filter in saying that more than 3.2 million votes have been counted in Wisconsin, and Joe Biden beat Donald Trump in the state by a margin of just over 20,000 votes. Out of Shaquille Brewster says, all the ballots have indeed been counted. Wisconsin Elections Commission's administrator Megan Wolf says on at NBC News, we're not seeing that there's any counties that haven't posted the results on their websites. NBC News currently has Biden ahead by 20,697 votes. Trump campaign manager Bill Stepien already said earlier in the day that it looked like Wisconsin was in recount territory. Based on the currently projected 1% or less margin and the laws on the books in the state, Stepien appeared to be correct. Here's what Wisconsin statute has to say about the when, why, and how of an aggrieved parties seeking a recount in an election of this magnitude. Emphasis ours. So per section 9.01 recount, part 1A1, any candidate voted for at any election who is in an aggrieved party as determined under subdivision 5, or any elector who voted upon any referendum question at any election may petition for a recount. The petitioner shall file a verified petition or petitions with the proper clerk or body under paragraph R, not earlier than the time of completion of the canvass following canvassing of any valid provisional ballots under section 6.97 part 4, and except as provided in this subdivision, not later than 5 p.m. on the third business day following the last meeting day of the municipal or county board of canvassers determining the election for that office, or on that referendum questioning following canvassing of all valid provisional ballots, or if more than one board of canvassers makes the determination, not later than 5 p.m. on the third business day following the last meeting day of the last board of canvassers, which makes a determination following canvassing of all valid provisional ballots. I love legalese and reading long run-on sentences. It says, if the commission chairperson or chairperson's designee makes the determination for the office or the referendum question, the petitioner shall file the petition not earlier than the last meeting day of the last county board of canvassers to make a statement in the election or referendum following canvassing of all valid provisional ballots, and not later than 5 p.m. on the third business day following the day on which the commission receives the last statement from a county board of canvassers for the election or referendum following canvassing of all valid provisional ballots. So I'm just going to skip ahead here. That's a mouthful of malarkey to read, technical or legal jargon. Each verified petition under subdivision 1 shall state all of the following. That at the election, the petitioner was a candidate for the office in question, that the petitioner is informed and believes that a mistake or fraud has been committed. If the petitioner is a candidate voted for at the election for which the petitioner seeks a recount, that the petitioner is an aggrieved party. And of course, that continues with the petition under subdivision 1 shall specify each ward or each municipality where no wards exist in which a recount is desired. If a recount is requested for all wards within a jurisdiction, each ward need not be specified. And this thing will continue to go on here. So, nonetheless, the bottom line appears to be that the slim margin, if accurate, means Trump will be able to legally petition for a recount. And Steven Stepien said in a statement Wednesday afternoon that the Trump campaign and the president will immediately request a recount. And there we see the statement there. Scott Walker, the former Republican governor of Wisconsin, commented that a 20,000 gap is a high hurdle for Trump and the Trump campaign in a potential recount. Walker says an error in reporting could change that. In 2011, 14,315 votes from the city of Brookfield were found to have never been submitted to the Waukesha County clerk. Once added, the results were reversed from a 204 lead on election night for Kloppenburg to a 7,316 lead for Prosser. It says after recount in 2011 race for Wisconsin Supreme Court, there was a swing of 300 votes. After recount in 2016 presidential race in Wisconsin, at real Donald Trump numbers went up by 131. As I said, 20,000 is a high hurdle. So there's the statement there. Obviously, the recount will probably come to play. And one of the last ones that I have here for today, this one out of Wisconsin as well. Voter fraud in Wisconsin, massive dump of over 100,000 ballots for Biden appear overnight. Yeah. So last night, President Trump had a sizable lead in Wisconsin, but this morning, Sleepy Joe somehow took the lead. Overnight, Wisconsin had a huge dump of votes, all for Biden. Notice the blue line now. And here we see the uptick. I think we've seen that in subsequent articles as well. You know, just the 330 magic jump up. Overnight, Joe Biden crept to a lead in Wisconsin, but one internet sleuth showed that this was due to fraud. Derek Duck says, it's the morning after Election Day, and House Dems have not defeated a single GOP incumbent. Meanwhile, Republicans have flipped 6 Dem seats. And it says, look at this graph for Wisconsin. I'll zoom in it for you just so you can see the part, where Biden votes came out of nowhere. Yeah, so right there, right at the very end. In any case, let's see here. The single scroll. Milwaukee also had some shady actions and delayed reporting. The political polling profession is done. Leading Republican pollster Frank Litz tells Axios, it's devastating for my industry. Milwaukee was supposed to report at 1 a.m. Then they delayed until 2 p.m. Then delayed until 3 a.m. At 3:30 a.m., Biden overcomes a 4.1 lead. Mysteriously. In any case, this is fraud. So bottom line, let's get this thing finished. In any case, I see Daddy Dragon back in house, hopefully well rested. How we doing, sir? What is that? Is that your pillow you slept with last night?
Yeah. I'm doing very well. I'm just wearing a face covering because we're on lockdown.
Oh.
And I'm trying to keep people's spirits up.
Oh, how are you supposed to see with that thing on?
You know something? That might have been why it didn't work very well on the motorbike.
I would imagine not.
Yeah. But then again, these people wearing masks might as well be wearing this because they're obviously not seeing anything.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's almost like they got blinders on, huh?
Yeah, correct.
See no evil, hear no evil, smell no evil. Just shut up and obey.
That's it. Exactly that. So, do you know our Laura is?
Oh, I sure do. She is feeling a little bit under the weather still, and I have no idea why.
Is that called a southern hangover?
I do believe so. Yes, that would be the case. And folks, if you were not aware, missed it by chance, we did have some election coverage last night, and yeah, apparently some folks imbibed just a little bit, and some couldn't be with us here today.
No.
And
I'm fine though.
yeah, well, you kind of passed out there toward the very end there too, and went radio silent. So we can only assume that the wee hours of the morning in which we kept everybody up to was probably well past your bedtime. So
Well, I finally crashed about 6 o'clock. I sat down for a minute. I had drunk a bottle of English wine. I'll close my eyes just to rest my eyes, as we used to say to the
yeah,
kids.
you did.
And that was it.
Yeah. Next thing you know, it was 10:30.
Yeah, exactly that. And it weren't far off the time either. So
Yeah.
so I know you've obviously been doing the show. Just give us an update if you can on what's actually occurring in America at the moment. I mean, I don't watch mainstream news. So obviously any investigation or update for anyone who's joining us at the moment would be really good.
Yeah, so just to bring you up to speed, DD, I'll bring up the 270 to win site yet again here. As of right now, and again, this is going to vary depending on what outlet you go to. Right now, it's still showing about 237 Biden to 214 Trump, and it may vary slightly. Oh, they actually called Wisconsin for Biden now. All right, so that changed since the beginning of the broadcast, and articles did suggest that it was going to swing to Biden with only a 20,000 vote lead. So after we departed last night, there were some shenanigans going on behind the scenes, and in the wee hours of the morning while everybody's sleeping, magically boxes of ballots just showed up in Wisconsin and Michigan both, just out of the blue. 3:30 a.m. drop, and all of a sudden, what POTUS talked about in his speech last night, where he had sizable leads, suddenly shrunk and went by the wayside and have now swung the other way. And so there's absolutely no fraud to be seen anywhere across the country here at all. So Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and what was Wisconsin until just a little bit ago, we're still in play. And so we're seeing, I just literally went through state by state, several articles on each about all of the ridiculousness going on behind the scenes. And they're openly trying to steal the election at the end of the day. It's right in the open for all to see. Not much more you can really say beyond that to say that this is a continuation of the coup.
I absolutely agree. And everyone's already seen the fake news and everything that that had been done. They're all complicit in this, and people have got to wake up to that you can't trust anyone but the people that are pure blood, what I describe as pure blood constitutional patriots. And this is an attack on the American Constitution, just as it is in England. So obviously we need to do something. Yeah. But hopefully some of these things are going to resolve. I don't know if there's going to be any further announcements while we're on here. Hopefully there will be. And if there is, you can give us a nudge.
Yeah, and some of these states have delayed releasing results for 24 hours. Nevada was one of those. North Carolina was another one. I don't think we're going to have the end-all be-all here today. I think that this thing is probably going to drag on. It's probably going to get drug up through the courts. There are plenty, we knew going into this thing up to election day that there were over 300 cases around the country of things that had to be litigated around suspect and shady business going on around these elections and absentee ballots, and that the Dems were banking on since the advent of COVID. This was purely political cover for them to try and steal an election. It never had a damn thing to do about health. Still doesn't. And hopefully, folks, before I forget, if any of you guys still have a mask, Take that sumbitch outside and burn it.
Yep, exactly that. That's exactly what you should be doing. And I'm gonna show two people. So I'm gonna show you one thing while you're on here. Obviously, I know you probably want to get some kip yourself. I'm gonna show you something. The strangest thing ever, right? I walked into a McDonald's the other day, right? And I'm literally gonna show you this. Right? There's my crash helmet.
Yeah, buddy.
Right. There's it linked up. There's the visor down, a double visor. And someone in McDonald's actually said to me, "You've got to wear a mask." Can you believe that? I'm trussed up like a chicken. I've got gloves on. I've got full weather kit on, boots and everything, and a crash helmet with me full visor down. And they said, "You've got to wear a mask."
What idiots. Do you know that they're literally trying to sell designer bubbles for around your head that are really nothing more than a helmet, albeit designer, and probably about 10 grand a piece for that very purpose, as if this is some cheap thing to do. Like, you know, they're just trying to normalize this BS. We're each and every one of us in the audience, I swear, you better not be on the bandwagon of trying to allow this to be normalized. It's insane. All right, Dee Dee. Well, I'll get out of your hair. Have a good show. More to come.
Thank you. And I'm going to show some bits and pieces coming up in a couple of seconds. I'm also going to show my face mask so everyone can see it. But thank you, Breaking Spectre.
Cheers.
Bye. So, people, here we go, right? Here's my face mask, right? Now, if I'd walked into McDonald's wearing this, yeah, she probably would have said to me, "No, you can't wear that." Now, all it says is you must wear a face covering, right? Now, that crash helmet is a face covering. Full visor, it's got an internal lock on it as well. It's actually got a return breathing thing in there, and it's got a double screen on a crash helmet, right? Now, what I'm saying to people is, and Breaking Spectre actually made a comment, you can't actually see anything with that mask. That's exactly right. And it's probably why it didn't work very well on a motorbike. I didn't go very far. But let me just say this to you, people, and you've got to understand it. You've got to understand that anyone out there now wearing a mask, like me now, I'm completely blind. My peripheral vision, yeah, everything is closed off. All I'm seeing is this in front of my face, nothing else, right? People have got to understand, not only this is the same thing as them people wearing their masks. They are being blinded by propaganda. They are being blinded by this fake science. They're being blinded by the British government, the cabinet, the crooks that are taking your liberty from you now. And people need to understand one way or the other that this mask needs to come off. And people need to see what's going on. And in Hull this Saturday, I'm going to be there speaking. And people have to understand exactly what this is about, right? So, mask off. Ooh, don't jump back like that, right? People are blinded, and they're blinded by the propaganda. We've just had Active Patriot, 52,000 people on his channel. They took his cameras. Why? The simple reason that they took his cameras is because unedited is showing people exactly what's going on. They don't want that. They don't want the people to see what's going on unedited. Yet not the propaganda, but the real images of what's going on, right? The same as what I do. When I show you and I talk to you, it's me, a normal person, looking. I don't watch mainstream media. I haven't watched the BBC for God knows how many years. I'm not interested. I've had them phone me up and say, "Can we do an interview?" And I'll say, "Fuck off," right? That's it. Why? Where's the upside? Why do we want to talk to you? We don't want to talk to you. You're the enemy. There's no getting this back, people. We need to take back control and we need to start again. And the way to start again is to literally look at America, look at England, the two most powerful constitutions in the world for liberty, right? That's exactly what it is. Now, I'm going to show you again. I've shown some people this already. I'm going to show you a particular element, and hopefully I'm going to find it and it's going to come up on the screen if I can find it. And I'm sure I've got it up on the screen somewhere. I think it's there. Now, there's a book that everyone should read. Anyone in America should read this, and everybody in England should read this. And I'm going to show it to you on the screen now as we speak, right? So, and then I'm going to show the American audience and our audience something that they've probably never ever seen before, and never. And unless you stand up and do something in England, you're going to see a number of things happening. But before I show you that video, I'm going to show you this. This is a clip from a book. It's 100 pages. Read the book, people. I absolutely, this needs to be the biggest download in global history. Read this book, 100 pages, The Law. The law perverted, and the police powers of the state perverted along with it. The law, I say, not only turned from its proper purpose, but made to follow an entirely contrary purpose. The law become the weapon of every kind of greed. Instead of checking crime, the law itself, guilty of the evils it is supposed to punish. If this is true, it is a serious fact. A moral duty requires me to call the attention of my fellow citizens to it. Now, what I'm going to do is show you a video clip from England. And again, this is making its rounds completely on various social media platforms. I want you to have a look at this. I'm going to stop the video and bring it to her. Now, I want people to listen carefully to this particular element, and I'm hoping you're all going to be able to hear it without any sound issues. I'm going to now share it. You're going to get it on screen 3. Touch wood, you can all see it. Tell me if you can see this. Hoping you can all see it come up on your screen. Let me have a quick look, make sure it's there. It is. I'm now going to run it. This is why it's so important that people need to be there on Saturday in Hull at 12 noon. And here it is, people. I'm going to show you this.
So let's just make this very clear. My nan, my 97-year-old nan here, who we have taken from the care home because we haven't seen her for 9 months, is now being taken back by force to her care home. My mother has been arrested. My mother is in the back of the car here. She is a nurse. She is a fully qualified nurse who is wishing to care for her own mother. And here we have an incredible use of police time to take my 97-year-old grandmother back into a care home where she is deteriorating, where we haven't been able to see her for 9 months. Nan, I love you and we are going to fight for you. Yeah, because you know why we're not going to stop filming this? Because everyone needs to see how ridiculous the situation is.
All in all, I'll update the log later on. We've got one adult female in custody for allegation.
So just again, I'm going to show you that again. This is so shocking that people have to see it once, twice, maybe more times to understand what's going on, right? I'm showing you it again.
So let's just make this very clear. My nan, my 97-year-old nan here, who we have taken from the care home because we haven't seen her for 9 months, is now being taken back by force to her care home. My mother has been arrested. My mother is in the back of the car here. She is a nurse She is a fully qualified nurse who is wishing to care for her own mother. And here we have an incredible use of police time to take my 97-year-old grandmother back into a care home where she is deteriorating, where we haven't been able to see her for 9 months. Nan, I love you and we are going to fight for you. Yeah, because do you know why we're not going to stop filming this? Because everyone needs to see how ridiculous the situation is.
I want to. All in all, I'll update the log later on. We've got one adult female in custody for allegation.
One adult female in custody for being in possession of her grandmother. Literally, that is exactly what's just gone on there. Now, you're telling me the people of England are going to put up with this bollocks, right? I'm telling you, we ain't putting up with this anymore. I'm telling you, we're taking back control of this country. The Constitution is the solution. There's some other people we're talking to in the United States of America. There's other things going on in the background. Let me tell you something, people. Do they really think that the English are going to lay back and take this, right? Let me tell you something. You need to stand up and go to Hull, right? There it is now. Again, obviously, our American audience are not going to be able to make it. Hull City Centre, Saturday the 7th of November, 12 noon. There it is on the screen. Let me see if I can bring it back up for you on the other screen, because it is important that everyone sees it, right? And I would expect Active Patriot and others to be promoting this as much as possible, even if they're not going. And I understand why Active Patriot wouldn't be going, right? And he ain't, he's not what I call a fair weather activist. He is a real patriot. The Hull City Centre, Saturday the 7th of November, 12 noon. Her Majesty, this is a petition to Her Majesty the Queen and Her Majesty Parliament and Government. The petition is authorised by the petition is authorised by the English Common Law Constitution, in particular the Declaration of Rights of 1688, the Bill of Rights of 1689, the Coronation Oath Act of 1688, the Act of Settlement of 1701, and in the name of our ancestors that fought and died for these rights. I am not and I've just had another really good text message come through there. I'm not British, I am English. England is the last captive colony of British Empire. Free England. All that attend in person and organise this petition and prayer are protected by their English constitutional rights. This petition and assembly is authorised by the Bill of Rights of 1689, right? Any police officer that attempts in any way to arrest us, to baton us, to use gas on us, to use any form of committing against us, even to talk to us, yeah, is acting unlawfully, right? They have got no right. Now, I'm going to give you an education, people, and people need to send this out and get this out there, right? I am going to be there. I will never, ever surrender. I will never surrender to these people. I will never surrender my rights or liberty or this country to them or anyone else, right? I'm an Englishman. I'm proud to be English. We have a constitution that protects us. That constitution was passed to the United States of America by, in effect, the Whigs, right? The Whigs is what's known in America as GOP, Grand Old Party. The Grand Old Party is what you now call the Republican Party. President Donald Trump is a constitutionalist. He is the constitutionalist that's taking back your nation, and your nation for you, the people. We, the people, are the ones that are in charge of this nation, not these people that are forcing us to wear masks against our will, forcing us to leave our families in the care of these heinous places where they know they're going to die and they are suffering. We are removing our ancestors. We are removing our relatives from these places, from certain death at the hands of these people. Everybody needs to be activated. We need to get this message out. I've had calls today from America. I don't know where they're coming from or who they are. I will be calling them back as soon as I can. I've just got another message come through, and it says, and this is from Daz Black, a veteran. Well said, and you don't have to be sorry. We have a problem. People talk, but they never follow through. Exactly that. Exactly that. Right? The time to stand up is now. When Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, a foreigner, stands up and says what? Only 2 people at a protest. This ain't a protest, people. This is a petition, our lawful right under the Bill of Rights of 1688-89, right? That's what this is. That's what it's being promoted as, and that is what it is, yeah? And this is one of our constitutional rights. Let me tell you something, people. Anyone who interferes with that right, anybody who interferes with that right, any police officer, anybody, yeah, that interferes with that right is acting unlawfully. At some stage, people have got to stand up, and some people have got to take it. BBC, just newsflash. Biden saying, when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. Let me tell you something, Biden. You are a lying two-bob nonce. Yeah, and for the American audience, that means he's a paedophile. Let me tell you something. We're taking back our country, and America's taking back their country, right? Don't forget, people, you've got to go to the website and put your email address in, your name, and tick the box that you want to see the newsletter. All of that's being downloaded. We're going to go out there. I need as many people as possible. We're going to be organised. We're going to be structured. We're going for it, right? We're taking back this country. And the people out there, let me tell you something, United States of America. I know how much restraint you have all used. You are armed. You are literally a nation to look up to. You are an extension of England, right? Your resolve and restraint, knowing that you are armed to the teeth, waiting for the go, right? Because the militia, the people, we the people, can and will take back control of America. And if we're fighting with bows and arrows, and if we're fighting with knives in the streets of this country, overwhelmingly, we will win. They will never win an urban war or a rural war against us. Trust me, we know who the people are, and we're going to take them out, right? Certain individuals are going to face trial in this country for treason. By due process, someone's going to wear the black cap. And for the American audience, if you don't know what that means, yeah, it means the death sentence will be initiated. This is treason, people, at every level and every scale. And we are the people that need to take back control. The way the Nazis took control of Germany is exactly what's going on now. I was always wondering myself, how did 10% of the people, how did a 90% allow it to happen? And now I'm seeing it from my very own eyes. That's how they allowed it to happen. And they allowed the people, Black Lives Matter, for example, other groups in London, to do what they wanted to do. They got the police to kneel to them, etc. This is all a demoralisation of the real patriots, the people that believe in the rule of law. Those people that took the knee should never be in a job and should have their pensions taken. And we will take back control of England, and we will ensure that that happens. I believe the Constitution is the solution. I believe that England is the greatest nation on earth. I believe that England was a great nation for many centuries, and the reason for that is because we believed in freedom and liberty. We are the people that gave that Constitution to the United States of America. The United States of America have stuck by it as originalists in the main. The only time it come under attack was when they lost impetus from the Supreme Court. You can now see how important and always has been in English law, the judges are. The problem we've got now is our judges are British. Our judges are ideologists. They're lefties, right? Now, I am a constitutionalist. I don't believe in left and right politics. I believe that we do the best for our country and our countrymen. To be a countryman or woman isn't just about what colour you are. You can be black, white, brown, yellow. I don't care what colour you are. What I do care about is you believe in the English culture, that you believe in England. And just for those people that stand up and say, that's not right, Graham, let me tell you something. England and the English are a proud nation. We have always accepted immigration, but controlled immigration, not an invasion to destroy our culture. The English are an indigenous population of white people. We, the white people, were the ones, the English white people, a man from Durham in the north of England who spoke with an accent that wasn't approved by the people who spoke the Queen's English, yeah? That Durham man, his name was Granville Sharp. You're never taught about him. Why? Because he was English. He was a layman in English law. He was the one that stopped slavery in common law jurisdictions, including the push in America. Why? Because he was a layman. Because the blacks that were slaves got to England and sought his help. He helped them. He was the one that used his knowledge of English law, a layperson, and stood before 4 judges in the High Court of England. And he stood there and said to them people, these people have liberty and freedom under the laws of England. This is one nation under God. They are as free as I am free. And the judges said, you're right. Under English law, slavery is forbidden. But the British didn't like it, and the slavers didn't like it. But we were the ones who took back the liberties for the blacks. And the British are now turning the blacks against the whites, the very white people that stood up and said, no more. We was the ones who give back the blacks their freedom and liberties. And the laws are now being created in this country to make us, the white person, the enemy. Blacks, whites, browns and yellows need to stand together. Need to stand together against tyranny. The tyranny of these people. In America, the Democrats, where did they come from? Even Hitler said they was too fierce for the Nazis, right? And what they believed. And who was he talking about? He was talking about the Democrats and the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan, the very people that supported Hillary Clinton. When are you going to wake up, people? When are the people going to get this message of who these people are? Let me tell you something, people. We're a proud nation. England has proud people that will stand up for England. We're being attacked at every angle, from the European Union, communists. From Scotland, the SNP, communists. From Sinn Féin, communists. The IRA, communists. The armed element, just like Black Lives Matter are, just like Antifa are. They're the same people. Plaid Cymru, communists. And the British, communists. If you want to understand more about the British, you've only got to look and see what's going on. You've only got to look at the 77th Brigade, where they're bringing in the army to try and deceive us. You're now looking and seeing everything that's going on in England. You're now seeing people being lifted off the streets and put in the back of a police car, handcuffed. A nurse for rescuing a 97-year-old mother from a care home, where she was taken and no doubt wouldn't have been given full food and water if she fell into ill health. They would have dehydrated her and starved her to death. So the daughter went in who hadn't seen her for 9 months. The family hadn't seen her for 9 months. And they said, we're taking her out of here. That's the heart of the English. We don't just care about our own English indigenous population. We care about everyone, but you need to make sure that these people that are British communists, and I'm talking about people like Susan Michie, how many Americans knew this? That the people advising, the SAGE committee advising, the people that the Americans are now listening to, the administration, some in the administration, Fauci and others are listening to this British geezer, yeah, that made a massive mistake with foot and mouth, put many farmers out of business. It was to destroy our agriculture industry. Now they're trying to destroy our hotel, all of the other service industries. They've already destroyed and removed what? Our industries, our manufacturing, our bigger industries, the steel industry, the coal industry, the car industry, every industry they have removed from us. We're the engineers of the world, people. We're the people who can take back the north of England. We want the jobs back. The south of England, we want the jobs back. People often say the north is the most deprived place. Let me tell you something. In Essex, in South England, southern England, in Essex, there is a place there that is the poorest place in Europe. And yet, these people are flooding Romania with our money because they say they're poor. What about Essex? What about those places in Essex where people are living in shanty towns? Literally shanty towns. We need to take back control of this country, people, and we're absolutely going to do it. Let me tell you something. I'm having a look at some of the questions coming up on the screen. Trump is about to do an urgent press conference. Don't know whether you want to put it on, just a suggestion. King of Kings, I do want to put it on. Has anyone got the link there to it so I can just link to it and bring it up? So if you've got a link to that, and I know it's on, I'll bring it straight up. It is now coming up to 25 minutes to. Michie is a communist advisor. People don't realise that Susan Michie, the person who advises, one of the people that advised Boris Johnson, is a member of the Communist Party of Great Britain. Just to let you know, you couldn't make this up. Caustic Chameleon looks like Pokes is leading, but just barely. Makes no sense to me. Trump 50%, Biden 48%. Trump, Biden. I know it's disgusting what they've done, and I tell you what, now people, you need to sort this out. Someone needs to put a link into me. Golden State Times says urgent that it's worse. That's who's streaming it. Oh, okay. The Black Union Jack is not what it seems. It's there for the fallen in satchelists. It's a black cloth of the head. Don't know what that means. The North and mills and needlework trade. Deep state and New World Order is now or never for them. I think my hearing aids are packing up. I'm hearing some bleeps in the background. Let me have a quick look and see if there's anything on here. Good vibrations extra. Nope. Let me have a quick look and see what I'm doing here. See if there's any messages from anyone. Let's have a quick look. The storm is upon us. Has that come out yet? If it does, you know it's all on, because that is literally the message. Because there's a link. Time stream. Is it live now, people? Just let me know if it's live now. This is in Pennsylvania, I believe. Let's have a quick look and see if it's coming up there. what I'm going to try and do, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to put this out there. So let me just see where I am with this. This is Eric Trump. Let me have a look.
Teams. It's very clear to us, and we've declared victory in Pennsylvania. We're up by 400,000 votes, with 86% of the precincts in. 86%. We have Republican votes still coming in from Trump country. And the Democrats know that the only way that they can win this election is to cheat in Pennsylvania. And we've seen it from day one. We've seen it from day one. We found ballots in drainage ditches. They're not letting our poll watchers watch the polls. They're not letting them inside. There's video after video of them passing out collateral material in polling sites all over Philadelphia. They're trying to cheat. They're trying to cheat. They have 3x5 printed big posters in polling locations all over the city saying to vote for Biden and Harris, which is totally illegal. They're passing out flyers. The supervisors of elections, we have them on video, certain ones wearing literally Biden-Harris face masks in polling locations, which is totally illegal. And now they won't let, and we brought one great gentleman here with us today, Jeremy, who's a poll watcher down at the convention center. They won't even let him watch as they count the ballots. They put them behind a fence 40, 50 yards away where they actually can't see the counting happening. Guys, this is fraud. This is absolute fraud. We've seen it in... They're trying to make a mockery of the election of this country. My father is up by almost 500,000 votes in this state with 86% reported and plenty of red counties left to go. Plenty of red counties left to go. We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it because they know it's their only path to victory. They know it's the only path to victory. And so we came here today. We met with all our lawyers. We are going to file suit in Pennsylvania. It's a shame that we have to do that. It's the last thing that we wanted to do. It's the last thing my father wanted to do. But this is rampant corruption, and it can't happen. It simply can't happen. It's not fair. This isn't democracy. And with that, I want to pass it off to the great Rudy Giuliani, who's really leading the legal effort, and you'll be hearing from Rudy quite a bit. Please.
Thank you very much, Eric. It is very, very sad that we're here in the city that's really the birthplace of our democracy, and this is among one of the most anti-democratic things I've ever seen or encountered. And it's not just here in Philadelphia. This is going on all over the country. We have filed a lawsuit. The lawsuit actually required that when these mail-in ballots that you know are highly suspicious anyway, this form of balloting has always been considered the most prone to fraud. That's according to the New York Times when it didn't apply to candidate President Trump. Well, we were supposed to be allowed by law to observe the counting of the ballots. Now, observe means, to any intelligent person, being able to look at it. The way it's interpreted by the Democrat crooked machine of Philadelphia is that the observers can be 20 or 30 feet away, never able to see the ballot itself, never able to see if it was properly postmarked, properly addressed, properly signed on the outside. All the things that often lead to disqualification of ballots or make it very easy to dump 50,000 totally fraudulent ballots because they're not observed. This went on for 20 hours. While all of you thought there was some kind of legitimate count going on here in Philadelphia, it was totally illegitimate. So we went back to court, and we went before a Democrat judge. No need to tell you what the result in Philadelphia is if you're before a Democrat judge. Obviously a political hack who doesn't know the meaning of the word observe. Observe means to be able to look. Not a single Republican has been able to look at any one of these mail ballots. They could be from Mars as far as we're concerned, or they could be from the Democratic National Committee. Joe Biden could have voted 50 times, as far as we know, or 5,000 times. The ballots could be from Camden. Philadelphia, unfortunately, and I would say this about my own city, has a reputation for voter fraud. You have a reputation for dead people voting, and we're going to go look at just how many dead people voted here. I didn't think we'd have to do that, but we will. And you have a reputation for people being bussed in from Camden voting here. Wouldn't be the first time that happened. But this goes way beyond any of that. And let me also add that this isn't happening just here. We have exactly the same lawsuit in Wisconsin, where exactly the same thing happened. Except in Wisconsin, mysteriously at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, about 120,000 ballots appeared. Oh, here come these ballots. Well, we have no idea if they really are ballots. We have no idea if they're signed, if they're postmarked properly, if it isn't just the same person who submitted 100,000 ballots, and they all got counted. And this is the way they intend to win. Now I'm informed by former Congressman Sweeney, who's been going around the country and collecting this information, that similar situation in Arizona, similar situation in Nevada, and a similar situation, what am I missing, John? Where are you? In Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan. Again, let me be specific what it is. This whole new thing that never happened before in our country, these mail-in ballots, which has been a cause of real concern for everyone because they can easily be fraudulent. Well, one of the things that the law attaches to that is the right for both parties to observe the ballot, the way we do with absentee ballots. You make certain it's properly signed. On the outside, there's a signature. You make sure that it's properly postmarked. You make sure that it's properly addressed, and then you pass on it. A number of these are often challenged by the Democrat representative or the Republican representative. We never got a chance to look at a single one of them. The gentleman here who did this for us says about 100,000 ballots went through that process in the 20-plus hours in which they wasted his time by not allowing him to see a single ballot. Well, that's 120,000 ballots that should just be taken out of the count. So you want to look at that number, that 120,000 should come out. And this is an area in which Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote. I don't know if this is going on any other place, but it is going on in with enough frequency in Wisconsin that we've brought suit, and now we'll have to look into 3 other places. What it says to me is this is a concerted effort of the crooks to run the Democrat Party. And you know these big city machines are crooked. You know that. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years of one-party rule leads to corruption of all kinds. Voter fraud is one of the biggest because that's how you keep your power. But we're not going to let them get away with it. They're not going to steal this election. This election gets decided by the people. These people, the elite, they don't care about the people. The people are the deplorables, the chumps. They're not important. To President Trump, he's the whole reason that he ran for office. And he's the whole reason for which he's carrying on this campaign, so that your vote can mean something, so that your vote doesn't get wiped out by 100,000 fraudulent, meaningless paper ballots that no one gets to observe. So we are going to continue the lawsuit here. We're going to bring a second one, and then we're going to bring a federal lawsuit, and we're going to take a very good look at whether we bring this nationally. We certainly are going to bring it here and in Wisconsin. Quite possibly we'll do a national lawsuit and really expose the corruption of the Democrat Party. But this is beyond anything I've ever seen before. This comes when you think you have so much power and you own the media that you can do anything you want. Well, sorry, we're going to fight for the people. We're going to vindicate their right. And the ultimate result is President Trump has won Pennsylvania. I've never heard of a count where you're ahead by 400,000 with 80+% counted, and they haven't called it for you yet. They called California the moment the polls closed. How many votes do you have to be ahead to win, for a Republican to win here? How many votes do we have to be ahead? 400,000 is not enough? With 80+% counted, I think there's only 14% of the vote to go. Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools? You know something? The Democrats do think you're stupid, and they do think you're fools, and that's why you get called deplorable and chumps. It's over. We're going to stick with this. We're going to win this election. We've actually won it. Just a matter of counting the votes fairly. So I'd like to ask the former Attorney General of Florida, Pam Bondi, to explain what's been going on at the polling places, which is just as dastardly and just as criminal.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And as Eric Trump said, we are thrilled to have won Pennsylvania with 87% of the vote in, and we're up almost 400,000 votes. So we're thrilled. And you ask, well, why do we care about the rest of the votes? Because it is about the integrity of this election. And every vote, as Mayor Giuliani said, in every state must be counted fairly. What we have seen, and we have a video of it that we will release to you, they put up, it looks like a police barricade all the way around the perimeter, and they are keeping our poll watchers back approximately 30 feet. At least 30 feet. You can judge for yourselves. They would not let them look any further. There is a gentleman there by the name of Seth Bluestein, who is an assistant to a city commissioner, and he is wearing a badge the size of a baseball. And as far as I know, he's not a sworn law enforcement officer. So it looks like intimidation to me, with a police barricade and a man wearing a huge badge around his neck. He told them they can't come any closer. He said the reason was because of they can't interfere with the process, and then something about COVID. Well, we all know at the polls, you have to stay 6 feet apart. Our poll watchers have no problem with staying 6 feet away, yet they weren't allowed to do this. So we're going to release that video to you because then they also had binoculars. Our poll watchers brought out a pair of binoculars. They were shut down on the binoculars, but then they were told, well, okay, you can use the binoculars. So that's a concession that we are allowed to observe the ballots. Yet clearly when you see how big the room is, you cannot see every ballot. You can only see with the binoculars the ones that are closest to you. So that's a concession by them, and they're still not letting us see this. So we need to fix this. We need to remedy this now because we've won Pennsylvania, and we want every vote to be counted in a fair way. Thank you, and I'd like to introduce Corey Lewandowski.
You know, General Bondi and I will be here for the remainder until you all realize that President Trump has won this state. We have now officially declared the state of Pennsylvania Trump country. Until the last vote is counted, General Bondi and I will be here. I'm sure we'll be in constant communication with you. We will be releasing that video shortly, and we appreciate your time. There'll be no questions today. Thank you very much.
Jeremy? This is a gentleman, I'll have him introduce himself. This is a gentleman who volunteered 2 days of his time in order to do a civic duty and was obstructed in a horrible way by the crooked Democrat machine of Philadelphia, which really has been around so long. It's a shame.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Jeremy Mercer, and I was at the polls, or at the pre-canvass yesterday from 7 a.m. until just after midnight. Back again this morning just before 8 a.m. until around 2:30. And as has been described very well, we're there supposedly observing, but we can't see. We're further away than I am from you all here. At least 100 feet away from open ballots that go back out of our sight. We can't see them. We don't know what's happening to them. It's just, there's no way for us to meaningfully observe the process from where they have us.
Could you tell us how many ballots approximately went through that process that you had no chance to observe?
Based on the counts that we've heard, it's about 125,000, maybe more.
Well, so that should be deducted from the count. Those are ballots that were counted in violation of the law without an observation. And since this is a novel procedure, this mail-in thing, observation is particularly important to satisfy the possibility that you can defraud. This isn't as if you come in and show an identification. So that's what we're going to be seeking here and in Wisconsin, and quite possibly nationally, if there's as much evidence in Arizona and Nevada and Michigan.
There's no questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well,
all right, folks. Thanks so much for joining us here at Gold.
Piss off. Hang on a minute. Thank you for that, Golden State, by the way. Very kind of you. Now we're going to go back to a few other bits and pieces on here. What I'm going to do now is stop that share. We've got 5 minutes of the show left. No doubt, I don't know if we've got someone else coming on after me. I think we have. Let's have a quick look at the chat. While I'm chatting away, I feel sorry for the Americans. Well, the answer is they've let it go on too long, exactly the same as England. But England needs to really kick in now and stop this nonsense. I think the four nations should get together and support each other and get rid of the scum we call the governments. Scotland is with you, Maria Paxson. A brotherhood of nations I've got no issue with whatsoever. The Acts of Union I've got every issue with. It is the method by which the evil have taken control of England, and the only way to remove it is to remove their power source, which is the Acts of Union. Will return. Let me just say this to you people. None of what's going on now is is emanated from an English Parliament or an English Privy Council or an English Majesty. Nothing about this is English. It is all about the British, and we, the English, are the last colony of the British Empire. They seek to destroy our constitution, which we have a valid and legal, lawful constitution. And the reason they want to do that is because we are the people that can take back control of our country. And it's very, 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 very easy to do it. Please repost the comment like what you said. And by the way, I can just say this. Last night I see Southern Comfort Laura. I think that's the first time I've actually seen her on camera, not just a picture. And she is absolutely gorgeous. I've got to tell you something. But can I just say, I have to say this. You're not as pretty as Caustic Chameleon, just to let you know. I thought I'd say that. Nah. Right, there you go. There you go. Sunny days ahead. And sorry, Laura, if you've got a hangover today. I've no doubt it is a severe hangover knowing you, because I did see what she was doing last night and drinking beer and having a shot and drinking beer and having a shot. And then go, and I went Thursday night. We got the southerner out there. Talk about you need some southern comfort this morning. We are coming up to a few minutes to I'm ready to go. I think 1 clock's telling me it's 2 minutes. Stu Ward, alive and kicking. Liam Piddick, flattery gets you everywhere, Daddy Dragon. She's so pretty and younger than me too. She is really pretty. I don't know whether I was surprised or that's just the. I think it must be southern women. It must be something in the water out there. But yeah, generally, southern women are very pretty, very beautiful, and they've got a fiery temper on them and all. I like all that. Right, you see, I've dodged the hangover. Well done, Seizing Peagles. You can show them a quick shot of my picture, but only a few seconds. I can't, because I won't be able to bring it up on the screen that quick is the answer. And there's no point in saying on air and on live only a few seconds, right? Because what people do is stop it and then screenshot it, which is what they done with Laura last night, right? So just to let you know, everybody out there, don't forget, literally, we've got this coming up, and I do need everyone that is physically able to attend. This is about our Bill of Rights and the English Constitution. It means a lot to me, and it should mean a lot to you. And I am going to be pursuing a couple other things in America as we speak. I will say this to everyone. I am going to carry on watching. I've got some other things to do. I am now going to introduce Sunny Days Ahead, who is sitting in the background waiting to jump in. Again, no doubt you've got a lot to talk about, and for the reasons we've got serious problems.
Hello, how are ya?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. I can just imagine Laura's probably blushing. Would Laura blush with all that talk?
She was definitely a bit blushy last night, but I don't know if that was the booze or the fact that we was all going, God, you're beautiful. And people don't realise that. And I do know that a lot of women that are very, for me, I think Seizing Pixels was one of the people who said this last night. The most attractive women are generally the people who don't think they're attractive, and they don't, I've got an old saying that, you're just as beautiful on the inside as you are on the outside. And with Laura, you can see that she's a really lovely person inside and out.
Very much so. I would agree with that completely. Yeah. Yep.
So again, praise where it's due. Obviously, good breeding. The American South strikes again. That's what I like to hear. And the most gorgeous accent I've ever heard. So I am now going to hand over to you. For my last word on this, I'm going to say the Constitution is the solution. Bye.
Awesome. All right. Well, hello, everybody. How are you doing? I've had kind of an up and down day, because of the election. And, what I'm going to say to that is I'm going to grab the screen share and I look at this and let's see. Did I grab the wrong screen? Okay. Yep, I did. Oh, I even thought I grabbed the right screen there. Oh, I have it. Okay, it just did my whole screen instead of just my oh. All right, let's try it again. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, anyway, here we go. So I had to talk some sense into myself. And then I thought, you know what? You saved these pictures on purpose, so why don't you look at them? And these are the pictures I'm talking about. This is what's real. This is the truth. You see all these people? I didn't save a Biden rally. I saved President Trump's rallies because look at all these people. That, to me, is what's real. Today I woke up and he is my president and he continues to be my president. And we needed a fighter and he's a fighter. He's not going to let us down. He's not going to let him get away with it. We're staying on the course. And, it chokes me up when I hear that hold the line, Patriots. I love the vets and I have a lot of vets in my family. But I think that applies to all of us. And, I don't have a very big circle. I'm a housewife, a mom. I live out in the sticks of Minnesota. But I do have people I know and I can hold the line. I can hold the line and I can tell them what I saw during the election. And I don't even think the other candidate is viable. He's not even a viable candidate in my mind. There's no way he should hold any kind of office. So there's that. Okay. Rant secured. All right. Well, I hope, if any of you are waffling or even just, it's okay to doubt. We all have doubts and, sometimes, and it's okay because look at that picture. Oh my gosh, that's the truth. That's who won. That's who they're going to declare the winner. So, all right, getting on to some articles. I'm going to stay away from election stuff because I know that Breaking did election stuff and Daddy Dragon did, and I bet the guys will do some, and they're much more able to do that than I am. So I'm going to read some articles that maybe seem a little off topic, but they're news and it's a news network. So I'm going to give you some other news. All right. So I come across this article a while ago and it just intrigued me. So I'm going to go ahead and, okay. So this was from the Good News Network. And it's called Date Seeds Unearthed from the Time of Jesus Are Revived, Adding Fruit to Jewish-Arab Unity. And it's seeds from the time of Jesus and the Maccabees are being renewed and grown amid the fruits of Jewish-Arab unity. We all know the resurrection story from 2,000 years ago described in the pages of the Christian Bible. Recently, a restoration of life in a sense took place in the Holy Land, but with 2,000-year-old dry date seeds from the same region where the religious legends began. In the 1960s, when archaeologist Eagle Yaden dug at Masada, an ancient fort that is one of Israel's most popular tourist attractions, he found a catchment of Judean, I'm probably not saying these words correctly, but Judean date seeds. Through radiocarbon analysis, the seeds of the species Phoenix dactylifera were shown to be around 1,990 years old, or from 35 BCE to 65 CE, when the Roman philosophers Strabo and Pliny were writing about the Judean dates' medicinal qualities. So 15 years ago, Dr. Elaine Soloway of the Arava Institute for Environmental Studies, along with Dr. Sarah Salon of Hadassah Medical Center, were able to miraculously germinate one of the seeds. In honor of its longevity, it was named Methuselah after the longest living human being in the Bible, Genesis 5:21 through 27. Methuselah, however, being a male tree, would not be able to produce a date without a female partner. So in 2014, 6 seeds were germinated from 32 that were unearthed in archaeological digs in the Judean desert and near the Dead Sea from a similar age. They were also given biblical names, but only one female, Hannah, flowered. In the spring of this year, she was pollinated using the powdery grains from the Methuselah, and soon Hannah produced 111 dates that were recently harvested. Most of the semi-dry dates with reddish blonde color will be used for research, but the masterminds behind the project got to taste a few, with Dr. Soloway enjoying the honey or caramel aftertaste. Researchers Dr. Elaine Soloway of the Arava Institute for Environmental Studies with Dr. Sarah Salon of Hadassah Medical Center moments after picking the dates. The home of these extraordinary trees is the Kibbutz Keturah campus of the Arava Institute, located on the Israeli-Jordanian border in the dramatic Arava Valley with the steep, mile-high red mountains of southern Jordan, biblical Edom, on one side, and the whitish limestone from ancient ocean floors on the Israeli side in a section of the Great Rift Valley between Syria and Africa. There is something else remarkable about the home of these dates. Since 1996, the Arava Institute has brought together Israeli, Palestinian, and Jordanian college students to learn how to cooperatively solve the regional and global challenges of our time, foster cross-border environmental cooperation through discourse at a time when it is so needed. The leaders here engage civic organizations and individuals representing Jews and Arabs with both state and private interests to discuss, develop, and negotiate formal and informal environmental agreements. The Arava Institute reminds participants that the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians is about land, more precisely the borders that nations draw on the land. And when the land is looked upon solely as a geopolitical instrument, it is viewed as one of the major stumbling blocks to any reconciliation or just settlement of the conflict. However, when the land is approached as it is at Arava from an environmental perspective, which knows no political borders, walls, and fences, new frameworks open up, including the political sphere. New dynamics are created. The student body of the Arava Institute is made up mostly of Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and in those 3 religions, born in the deserts of the region, dates and date trees have always played an important role, according to Rabbi Michael Cohen, who teaches at the Arava Institute and also at Vermont's Bennington College. Following the example of Muhammad, Muslims traditionally break their daily fast during Ramadan with a date. In the Jewish Torah, dates are considered one of the 7 most important species of the land of Israel, and Jesus was reportedly welcomed into Jerusalem with his supporters waving date palm branches. Grown on this campus, steeped in faith, the dates of Methuselah and Hannah, like all the great redemption stories, remind us that what today appears to be dead or beyond reach can in fact be revived to help create a better, more just, and redeemed tomorrow. So I just thought I'd share that with you. It came from the Good News Network, and hopefully it's accurate. And okay. So I got a wide variety of articles, and I'm going to go ahead and read this one. It's the American Thinker. This is about CDC. Said it was okay for COVID patients to vote in person. Yeah. So it's by Jack Hellner. We're told that we can't together even if we haven't tested positive, can't gather together even if we haven't tested positive for Thanksgiving or Christmas. That's what the CDC and other state bureaucracies told us. The CDC carved out an exception for protesters and rioters. We can't go to church if we have no symptoms and haven't tested positive, nor can we go to an indoor dining or many other places. For months, we have been told that even if we are asymptomatic, we can be spreading the disease. We close down businesses, sporting events, schools, and other things if so much as one person has tested positive. But if you have tested positive, CDC says you can still vote in person. They have to stay home for 14 days unless they go to vote. Meanwhile, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention said people who are in isolation after testing positive can still cast ballots in person. Isn't that a danger that every polling place becomes a super spreader when you send in people that are sick to stand in long lines next to other people? I bet many people in line are very vulnerable. Isn't sending sick people to crowded polling places as intelligent as New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo and other blue state governors sending COVID patients into nursing homes? I wonder why people think a lot of the lockdowns and tyrannical rules are political instead of based on science. And that was someone's opinion. And I found that interesting. I did see that yesterday on Twitter, and some other people were saying that, yes, they were calling people even with COVID to go vote. So found that interesting. And then this is another article from the American Thinker, and it's by Sally Zalofsky. And this one was The True Battle for the Soul of America. I write this on the eve of the election, but as you read it, the election will either be over, decisive and legitimate, and we know who our president is, or close and contested with an agonizing weight of unknown duration. But I wanted to record a few observations about the campaign as I did in 2016, unadulterated by vim of victory or the despair of defeat. Emotions among conservatives are running the gamut, from a near paralyzing sense of dread to a liberating sense of positivism. We hope for a Trump victory. We can see it, hear it, taste it, but we are emotionally prepared for the grave disappointment of a Biden victory. What? That doesn't not mean we will have lost. More on that later. Watch Trump rallies because watching Trump rallies became a kind of nightly ritual for me, a touchstone with what conservatism is all about. A reminder of what it means to be an American, a connection to the Constitution. The rallies have been uplifting in a time of so-called darkness, social in a time of isolation, and comforting in a time of considerable agitation. And uniting, which I'm sure has rankled the Biden campaign. His speeches have been angry, negative, and discouraging. Trump's were the opposite, and anyone could see that. At a Trump rally, no one is excluded. Everyone is invited. Trump's hard work and policies have resulted in success for everyone, whether gay or straight, male or female, Jew or Gentile, white or black, of means or from poverty. He single-handedly and in a very short time built the big tent that has long been the white whale for contemporary conservatives and establishment Republicans. Participate in any rally, car parade, or boat flotilla, and you will see America at its best, united, peaceful, with all sorts of people clamoring for the most amount of freedom for the most people with the least amount of government. This hodgepodge of supporters implicitly understands that while we are all Americans and embrace American values, we are all different and will achieve varying levels of success in our lives. We are all equal under the law, but are unequal in our goals, abilities, and desires. Together with the fundamental values on which this country and her Constitution were founded, we make up the soul of America. The Tea Party movement was really the first step in motivating conservatives to embrace political activism and have a stake in our politics besides voting. As I wrote in The View from Election Day in 2016, Trump didn't start the movement, but non-Tea Party Trump did take the Tea Party movement to its next level. The White House, after the Tea Party gave the GOP the House in 2010, maintained and increased that victory through 2014 and handed it to the Senate in 2014. Once in the White House, Trump proved his mettle, something few presidents have accomplished once comfortably seated behind the resolute desk, controlled and pampered by handlers. But not Trump. He had our backs. He remembered his promises to the little guys. He did not forget the forgotten men and women. He answered to those left behind in big cities, cushy suburbs, and rural fields. Literally from the highways and the skyways, from purple mountains across the fruited plains through amber waves of grain, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters. Trump fulfilled his promises to the people who put him in the White House, and he did it despite constant attack from within and without, from so-called friends and naked enemies. Clearly, we somehow elect the president we need at the time. So too with Trump. We needed someone with new ideas to tackle old problems, who relished a challenge and gleefully rolled up his sleeves to work tirelessly despite obstacles. We needed someone who had the temerity to challenge the press, expose the Marxist left, call out the education system for its indoctrination and lapses in education, and stand up to our foreign enemies while creating peace and shunning war. He is no God. He is a deeply flawed person like the rest of us. Trump supporters have never defined him as the left did with Obama. Trump has made mistakes in his past and probably will continue to make them, as we all do. Our individual and collective humanity is a work in progress where we strive to improve over time. Learn from the past and make things better for each successive generation. Along the way, we will stumble, and that's okay, because it really isn't about the journey, but where we end up. Not only did we get the president we needed, but after serving the country, Trump has become a better version of himself. And I think he's aware of that. He has had to reach down deep to find his voice and use it to benefit the nation. He's had to think about everyone but himself. He's had to embrace values and ideas that he might not have given much thought to in the past, but that brought out qualities in him that were dormant or underused. He has grown with this presidency, and not for personal gain, but for us. This is why people chant, "We love you." This is why they get in their cars and boats and fly their flags and wear their MAGA hats. It is not a cult of personality as it was with the Obamas, or as the Lemons or Maddows or Whoopies would have you believe. Trump acknowledges the issues important to us that have been brushed under the rug. He listens to those who want the opportunities and freedoms that allow them to provide for their families and to succeed in life, however that success is defined. Their devotion is born of gratitude for results, not something superficial like appearance or personality. This is why we have had his sixth throughout his presidency, and will stand by him if he is reelected. If the election is stolen from him, if he loses, the entirety of Trump's presidency has been riddled with chaos orchestrated by Democrats. They refuse to accept his election, refuse to participate in peaceful transition of power by fomenting riots and protests, boycotting his inauguration, sowing discord from within his administration, blowing up his appointments, drumming up the Russia hoax. They impeached him on Ukraine, refused to let a good virus go to waste, imposed a drastic, unnecessary, and endless economic shutdown on us. and most disturbingly, facilitated destructive riots that targeted cops and whites and ultimately hurt minority communities. It has been hard to lose loved ones to COVID and our jobs and savings to Democrats intent on destroying Trump. But I think the riots were particularly consequential for conservatives. As if the sheer magnitude of the destruction weren't enough, watching Democrat leaders do nothing to quell the violence in their backyards brought about a sobering melancholy and fear to baby boomers and those left of the greatest generation. Fighting the Great Depression, World War II, segregation, Jim Crow, and civil rights were difficult, but there was always an underlying hopefulness that all would work out, a can-do attitude even amidst dire times, a belief that the causes were righteous and that regardless of America's flaws and past sins, anything could be corrected because deep down, America was worth it and provided the tools for betterment. But with the riots, we not only saw our past destroyed, but the future as well. BLM, by its own admission, was not about improving Black lives per se, but sowing chaos to destabilize society and destroy the family in order to usher in Marxism. This struck at the heart of our pithy core, and if it weren't already highly motivated, re-electing Trump became an existential imperative. If he loses, as goes Portland, Kenosha, and Minneapolis, so goes the nation. In 2016, we had it all, including an opportunity to repeal and replace Obamacare. But that was squandered when, despite 8 years of promises, Paul Ryan showed up empty-handed without a replacement, and John McCain gave us the middle finger. Never again. Even if we lose the presidency and the Congress, much has been won. Trump has unveiled the unholy alliance, intent on destroying the American way of life, between the DNC, the press, the education system, and those who drive our culture. We have the courts and the Supreme Court. We have tens of millions who fully grasp the issue, what's at stake, and why Trump is right and Biden is wrong. Obama and his pernicious ideas have been completely repudiated. The stigma and conservatism is no longer, and the left has no clothes. We know how to fight on the street, how to rally, how to protest. We should be able to better mobilize our forces than we have in the past. And we baby boomers have the gift of wisdom bequeathed to us by our great parents and grandparents, their memories and stories still vibrant and compelling. Thus, we stand between our elders who endured the Great Depression, fought against the totalitarianism of Nazis and commies, and believed in effectuating societal change domestically through peaceful means, and those who are younger and embrace an anti-free market Marxist model that will devaluate the economy, a woke cancel totalitarianism that stifles and brutally punishes independent thought and religious belief and societal change at the barrel of a gun. We, the people, started this struggle, and while I pray Trump remains president, it will continue whether Trump is at the helm or as one of the troops. And this is the true battle for the soul of America. Joe Biden, not just some empty words on a sign that you read off the teleprompter. I write this on the eve of the election, but as you read it, the election will either be over, decisive and legitimate, and we know who our president is, or closed and contested with an agonizing weight of unknown duration. But I wanted to record a few observations about the campaign as I did in 2016, unadulterated by the vim and victor or the despair of defeat. Oh, and I don't know why, but the article actually repeats itself, so I'm sorry about that. So that was the end of that article. I hope you enjoyed it. I thought those were some really good words by this passionate writer. With that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play a video from, I believe I pulled one up from, let's see. I'm going to grab my Twitter. I put it in my bookmarks. Hope you're doing okay out there. It's always interesting reading and trying to watch the screen. I'm going to go ahead and play a Prager University 5-minute video.
The communist government of the former Soviet Union thought that by controlling access to information, they could keep their citizens in line. Consistent with the Orwellian nature of the Soviet Union, the country's most important newspaper was Pravda. Pravda is the Russian word for truth. But Pravda was not truth. It was full of lies. But here's the thing. Almost no one in the Soviet Union was fooled. They knew they were being lied to. Ironically, unlike most citizens in the Soviet Union, citizens in 21st century America are fooled by their news media. We think we're getting the real story from our major media, but we're not. When we tune into the networks or read the New York Times or the Washington Post, we're actually getting a sharply slanted version of the news, slanted to the left. This should deeply concern people on both sides of the political divide. To make informed decisions, a free society needs a press it can trust, not one that is hopelessly biased. In 2017, Project Veritas sent out undercover reporters to see how committed the major media was to objective news gathering, specifically as it regarded the newly elected president, Donald Trump. Our first report focused on CNN. A producer there, John Bonifield, acknowledged the lack of evidence for his network's efforts to link the Trump campaign and the Russian government in a plot to rig the 2016 election. Bonifield told us, "I think the president is probably right to say, like, look, you are witch hunting me. You have no smoking gun. You have no real proof." So why was CNN so relentless in hammering the Russia collusion narrative? Ideology, the election wasn't legitimate, and ratings. As Bonifield noted, the Trump-Russia collusion story was good for business. Next, we released another series of reports, these on the New York Times. First, we heard from Nick Dudick, the paper's audience strategy editor. Dudick told our undercover reporter he was responsible for choosing which New York Times videos go on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Dudick boasted, "My imprint is on every video we do." And what was that imprint about? As Dudick, who worked on both the Obama and Hillary Clinton campaigns, told our reporter, he hoped to use his position to make the president's life as difficult as possible. "I will be objective," he told our reporter with undisguised sarcasm before revealing his true intentions. "No, I'm not. That's why I'm here." Dudick told us he returned to journalism precisely in order to remain politically active. Next, we met Des Shu, an editor for the paper. She made it clear where she stood. "I think one of the things that maybe journalists were thinking about is like, oh, if we write about Trump and how insanely crazy he is and how ludicrous his policies are, then maybe people will read it and be like, oh, wow, we shouldn't vote for him." According to the Times' own handbook on journalistic ethics, journalists may not do anything that damages the Times' reputation for strict neutrality in reporting on politics and government. So given such a breach of the Times' own standards, we expected the newspaper to come down hard on Dudick and Shu. Instead, they came down hard on us. Executive editor Dean Baquet said I was a despicable person for recording one of his employees telling the truth. Yet, when the Times publicized a 2012 undercover video of Republican presidential candidate Mitt Romney saying that 47% of Americans wouldn't vote for him because they were dependent on the government, they praised it as offering a rare glimpse of Romney's personal views. In fact, in his attack on us, Baquet unwittingly gave the whole American media game away. A real journalist, he told a panel at the National Press Club, has to have in his or her heart a desire to make society better. The Times' editor is wrong. Real journalists want to pursue the truth. Then they let the citizens use that truth to build a better society. When journalists shape news to fit their vision of a better society, they're not doing their job. Perhaps this wouldn't be so bad if the major media would just admit their political motives. But they don't. On behalf of their own narrow agenda, they lie, distort, and exaggerate. And they expect us to call it Pravda. But with each passing day, fewer and fewer Americans are willing to do so. I'm James O'Keefe, founder and president of Project Veritas for Prager University.
Wow. Sorry about that.
The former Soviet Union.
Interesting. I always like hearing from James O'Keefe from Project Veritas. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get into some of these articles. This one was about Kyle Rittenhouse. He was extradited to Wisconsin, and the bail is now set at $2 million, and this is by Carol King. Kyle Rittenhouse bail was left at $2 million Monday when he appeared at Kenosha County Court via online hearing. Kenosha County prosecutors charged the 17-year-old with 2 felony homicide counts for the deaths of Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber, a felony attempted homicide for the injuries sustained by Gage Grosskreutz, possession of a dangerous weapon while under the age of 18, and reckless endangerment resulting from protests that turned violent in Kenosha on August 25th. God, that's from August 25th already. Wow. Kyle Rittenhouse appears during a virtual pretrial hearing on Monday in Kenosha County Circuit Court. Court Commissioner Lauren Keating ruled that Kyle represented a serious flight risk. The charges are incredibly serious, and again, if a conviction occurs, there would be a likelihood of an imposition of a mandatory life sentence, or at least significant amounts of time, likely decades of a period of incarceration. I believe that there's a reasonable basis to flee. Kyle's lawyers claimed he acted in self-defense and argued strongly with the father and attorneys of one of the killed men over details in the case, who was at fault, and whether Kyle should be released on bail. Mark Richards, lawyer for Kyle, said, "At a certain point, the state can bury their head in the sand, but in reality, who struck my client first? Who attacked my client first? Mr. Rosenbaum, the deceased." Anthony Huber's father, on the contrary, stated that Kyle was an active shooter and he tried to flee. Anyone who says otherwise is dead wrong, including the president. The $2 million bail amount was the same as the one a judge set some 2 months earlier when Rittenhouse was first charged. Kyle's extradition. Commentators in the legal community have been critical of Kyle's lawyers, especially the failure to prevent his extradition from his home in Antioch, Illinois to Wisconsin last Friday. Lawyers John Pierce, Mark Richards, and Lynn Wood filed a habeas petition used on behalf of someone in custody, arguing that the federal interpretation of extradition from the Seventh Circuit Court allowed them to raise probable cause challenges to the underlying criminal charges. Legal expert Robert Barnes notes that this is, in fact, not allowed under Illinois law or in any U.S. state, since states are governed by the extradition language in the Constitution. Extradition between countries is governed by treaties between these countries, so probable cause challenges or charges against mistreatment, poor treatment, etc., under the rights granted by the Constitution, can be used to prevent an American citizen from being extradited to a foreign country. For cases of extradition from one state to another, with the U.S. on the other hand, the U.S. Constitution requires that any state extradite a person to another state within the U.S. simply on request. The only requirements are the formality of the request be proper, the identity of the person be confirmed, and that their charge is properly defined as a crime. So you would not be able to extradite someone for something that is not criminal. On this last point, commentators said that Kyle's lawyers could have made a better case against extradition via a principle of dual criminality, because Illinois has a broader definition of self-defense than Wisconsin does. That is to say, what is a crime under Wisconsin law is not a crime under Illinois law. Robert Barnes says that given the detailed probable cause affidavit Kyle's lawyers had already filed with the Illinois court, which is assumed to be true under court rules, they created an opportunity to raise a case against extradition via dual criminality. For example, this was used in pre-Civil War cases when fleeing slaves could not be a crime in one state, such as Kansas, but was a crime somewhere else like Mississippi. Barnes says the lawyer did not seem to realize that they were planning to make an argument that would only apply in international cases until the day of the hearing. The result being that they could only raise a technical point that one prosecutor did not swear out the extradition case before a judge, even though that technicality had been corrected. For Barnes, the substantive case for Kyle against the charges is fantastic, but his lawyers are not doing a good job. He says they are ill-experienced in representing clients charged with homicide. Most of their past work is in libel defamation cases. In an interview with the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel interview, Pierce said his lack of experience in homicide cases was not a concern. I win trials. It's what I do. So there was that on the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And then with, let's see, gotta stop this. This is about Oregon becomes the first in the nation to decriminalize all drugs by Cassidy Morrison. And this comes out of the Washington Examiner. Oregon became the first state to decriminalize small amounts of all illegal drugs on Tuesday. Ballot measure 110 passed with about 59% of the vote. It removes criminal penalties, including prison time, for possessing small amounts of controlled substances. People caught with drugs will have the option of either paying a $100 fine or getting a completed health assessment at an addiction recovery center. The law also establishes a new statewide drug treatment system funded in part by tax revenue from marijuana sales. Another ballot measure in Oregon legalized the use of psilocybin, Cybin, the active ingredient in hallucinogenic mushrooms, as a therapy for mental health treatment. Voters in the District of Columbia approved a similar measure Tuesday with about 76 the vote, according to the Associated Press. Supporters of Measure 110 lauded the win as a step toward reversing drug policies that have disproportionately affected minority groups. Today, voters in Oregon will decide the fate of a historic ballot initiative that would decriminalize possession of smaller amounts of illegal drugs, providing an early model for combating deep racial disparities in the criminal legal system. Advocacy group Yes on 110 said Tuesday. Voters passed a flurry of ballot measures loosening restrictions on marijuana use and possession Tuesday in 5 states. Marijuana is still federally illegal, as are all the drugs on that are now decriminalized in Oregon. And you just have to determine for yourself. I just am reading the articles. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I'm just trying to get the news out there that this was passed. So, all right. On a little lighter note, I thought this was so neat. I don't know if any of you saw on Twitter the Amish, the horse and buggy Trump trains. I think that is so awesome. I don't know, it just warms my heart to see this because I think it's such an oddity. People are saying that, you know, they haven't seen this kind of stuff before. So this was the Amish create their own horse and buggy Trump train by Neam Harris. At least 5 Amish buggies were filmed as they trotted along a street flying both American and Trump flags, Breitbart reports. The video of the buggy caravan was first posted on Monday evening, but continued to be shared on Tuesday morning of Election Day. There was also another photo going viral on social media, although the location of this caravan remains unclear. The carriages were reminiscent of the caravans of vehicles and boats flying Trump flags. Journalist Ian Miles Chung tweeted that Amish have their own Trump train. The videos were retweeted and shared by a number of Trump supporters, including by former acting director of national intelligence, Rick Grinnell, and President Donald Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr. Republicans have heavily courted the conservative Amish constituency. Some Amish were seen standing behind Trump at a recent rally in Lilletz, Pennsylvania. In August 2019, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported that a political action committee called Amish PAC was building support in southeastern Pennsylvania for Trump's reelection. It reported, with its rolling fields and farms, most people don't think of Lancaster County, home to one of the largest Amish settlements in the U.S., as a political hub. But it quietly hosts a number of politically active Amish, an invisible part of the voting population that helped turn the state red in the 2016 presidential election. Kyle Kopko, an associate professor of political science at Elizabethtown College, and Steve Nolt, a professor of history there, told the paper that there were 76,000 Amish living in Pennsylvania. Ben King, a former member of the Amish community and the outreach director for Amish PAC, said Amish voters came out for Trump in 2016 due to concern over liberally stacked Supreme Court. I'd say the primary thing that brought the Amish out to vote was the Supreme Court, he told the Post-Gazette. According to the paper, 90% of Amish are registered Republicans. King predicted that Amish voters in Pennsylvania would vote for Trump again in 2020. They're not regretting voting him into office, he said. So I liked that article. And again, I just really like these pictures of the Amish horse and buggy trains. Cool. Like that. All right. Let's see what else I have. I got this article about Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh, Trump base fed up with the left's attacks on the president and the country. I know I am. Neam Harris again. Cancer-stricken talk radio legend Rush Limbaugh sounded off about the election and the state of the country during Tuesday's edition of FNC's Fox and Friends. Limbaugh said he was thankful to be around for Election Day because that was one of the goals when he first announced in February that he had been diagnosed with advanced lung cancer. He said the left doesn't like this country and would rip the Constitution to shred while predicting a victory for President Trump, which he said would preserve the American way of life. Breitbart reports he cited Trump's base as fed up with the barrage of attacks on the president, the Russian conspiracy hoax, cities being set on fire by Antifa and Black Lives Matter, and shutdowns. We've reached a point in America where the American left doesn't like this country. They haven't liked it for a long time. And I think if they had the chance, Ainsley, they'd rip the Constitution to shreds as best they can and rewrite it. And they'll make government power the centerpiece of American life. And the American people will not know what hit them, because this isn't the old Democrats versus Republicans. It used to be that the Democrats and Republicans at least had the same objectives, wanted prosperity for people and kids and great future. We don't even have that in common with the Democrats anymore. There isn't any overlap. So as far as I'm concerned, they are to be defeated, politically defeated, not cooperated with, and not gotten along with, because I don't know that it's possible, he continued. And it's not that I have any personal animus against them. It's their policies and what they are promising to do to the United States of America. They want to ruin your kids' future. If you really care about the American way of life and what you think it is on the ballot today, folks. And there's one guy standing in the way of the Democrats and the American left succeeding in this anti-American agenda. And it's Donald Trump. And I would just cringe if we lose this election because of somebody's personality, because they don't like somebody's personal way he tweets or speaks. It's so irrelevant to the big picture. Plus, he's a good man. He's a fine guy. I know him well. He's somebody that you would want to go out and have a beer with, except that he doesn't drink. He's somebody that you would want to spend time with. So I thought that was I like that article. I like Rush. Hope he continues on, and I hope the Lord will bless him and some miraculous healing. So let's see. Got a few more articles. I do have, I think, another video. Oh yeah, I do have one more video I could share. Okay, I'm going to share one more video, and then I've only got about 10 minutes probably left after that.
Today that come with absolutely no agenda. The first is congratulations. The second is good luck. Everything else is what I like to call the dirty truth, which is just another way of saying it's my opinion. And in my opinion, you have all been given some terrible advice. And that advice is this: follow your passion. Every time I watch the Oscars, I cringe when some famous movie star, trophy in hand, starts to deconstruct the secret of their success. It's always the same thing. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't have what it takes, kid. And the ever-popular, never give up on your dreams. Look, I understand the importance of persistence and the value of encouragement, but who tells a stranger to never give up on their dreams without even knowing what it is they're dreaming? I mean, how can Lady Gaga possibly know where your passion will lead you? Have these people never seen American Idol? Year after year, thousands of aspiring American Idols show up with great expectations, only to learn that they don't possess the skills they thought they did. What's really amazing, though, is not their lack of talent. The world's full of people who can't sing. It's their genuine shock at being rejected. The incredible realization that their passion and their ability had nothing to do with each other. Look, if we're talking about your hobby, by all means, let your passion lead you. But when it comes to making a living, it's easy to forget the dirty truth. Just because you're passionate about something doesn't mean you won't suck at it. And just because you've earned a degree in your chosen field, it doesn't mean you're going to find your dream job. Dream jobs are usually just that, dreams. But their imaginary existence just might keep you from exploring careers that offer a legitimate chance to perform meaningful work and develop a genuine passion for the job you already have. Because here's another dirty truth: your happiness on the job has very little to do with the work itself. On Dirty Jobs, I remember a very successful septic tank cleaner, a multimillionaire who told me the secret to his success. I looked around to see where everyone else was headed, he said, and then I went the opposite way. Then I got good at my work. Then I began to prosper, and then one day I realized I was passionate about other people's crap. I've heard that same basic story from welders, plumbers, carpenters, electricians, HVAC professionals, hundreds of other skilled tradesmen who followed opportunity, not passion, and prospered as a result. Consider the reality of the current job market. Right now, millions of people with degrees and diplomas are out there competing for a relatively narrow set of opportunities that polite society calls good careers. Now, meanwhile, employers are struggling to fill nearly 5.8 million jobs that nobody's trained to do. This is the skills gap. It's real, and its cause is actually very simple. When people follow their passion, they miss out on all kinds of opportunities they didn't even know existed. When I was 16, I wanted to follow in my grandfather's footsteps. He was a skilled tradesman, could build a house without a blueprint. That was my passion, and I followed it for years. I took all the shop classes at school. I did all I could to absorb the knowledge and skill that came so easily to my granddad. Unfortunately, the handy gene is recessive. It skipped right over me, and I struggled mightily to overcome my deficiencies, but I couldn't. I was one of those contestants on American Idol who believed his passion was enough to ensure his success. One day, I brought home a sconce I had made in wood shop. Looked like a paramecium. After a heavy sigh, my granddad gave me the best advice I've ever received. He told me, "Mike, you can still be a tradesman, but only if you get yourself a different kind of toolbox." At the time, this felt contrary to everything I believed about the importance of passion and persistence and staying the course. But of course, he was right, because staying the course, that only makes sense if you're headed in a sensible direction. And while passion is way too important to be without, it is way too fickle to follow around. Which brings us to the final dirty truth. Never follow your passion, but always bring it with you. Congratulations again, and good luck. I'm Mike Rowe from MicroWorks for Prager University.
Wow, and thank you, Prager University, for letting us use your videos. Nice. So I'm going to go ahead, and I've got about 10 minutes. Going to read a few more articles, and I might skim through some of these just to give you the highlights. So I found this on OAN. It's the family of Whitey Bulger sues Bureau of Prisons 30 employees. The family of one of America's most notorious crime bosses is seeking justice for his death in prison, according to reports. The family of James Whitey Bulger recently filed a civil lawsuit against the Federal Bureau of Prisons and 30 unnamed employees. They have alleged the prison system failed to protect Bulger, who was killed within 12 hours after transferring to the U.S. Penitentiary Hazleton in West Virginia. Additionally, they argued the prison knew they were putting Bulger in harm's way because they failed to take precautions to protect him, even though he was well known for being a snitch. So Bulger was one of America's most wanted criminals for 16 years after fleeing Boston in late 1994. At 81 years old, he was captured in Santa Monica, California in 2013 and later convicted for participating in 11 murders. There was that. And there was this by Life News. Louisiana voters approve Amendment 1 saying there's no right to kill babies and abortions. So that's awesome. That came up out of the news yesterday for the elections. So Louisiana voters have voted for protections for unborn babies through a pro-life amendment to their state's constitution. The Love Life Amendment, or Amendment 1, would add the following language to the Louisiana Constitution. To protect human life, nothing in this Constitution shall be construed to protect a right to abortion or the taxpayer funding of an abortion. The ballot question asked, do you support an amendment declaring that to protect human life, a right to abortion and the funding of abortion shall not be found in the Louisiana Constitution? Louisiana voters strongly supported the amendment tonight, and with 67% of the vote counted, 65% of voters approved the amendment, while just 34% of the voters disapproved. This is a crucial effort to protect unborn babies and their mothers by making sure there is no right to abortion or the funding of abortion in the Louisiana Constitution. Louisiana Right to Life said in an email to supporters before the vote. Then I've got this one. Uber Lyft shares soar after California voters passed Proposition 22. And this is by Tyler Durden at Zero Hedge. According to the Associated Press, gig economy companies Uber Technologies Incorporated, Lyft Incorporated, and DoorDash Incorporated have prevailed in their expensive quest to keep drivers classified as independent contractors. California voters approved Proposition 22 Tuesday evening, which would exempt gig economy companies from a state law requiring them to classify their workers as employees. The ballot measure mandates that these companies' drivers will receive new benefits, such as hourly earnings of some sort, but will not receive the full suite of employment protections that come with normal jobs. Then I found this. This was good news, and I like this article. Our miracle girl survives 4 days in quake rubble, cheering Turkey. So let's take a look at this. It's Ben Chappell from Twitter on an NPR org. Workers carry Ada Gezgin away from where she was trapped by rubble after a building collapsed during last week's earthquake in the Aegean port city of Izmir, Turkey. Turkey's disaster and emergency management presidency via Reuters. Rescue work, okay, some of these articles, they repeat Turkish rescue crews found a bright spot of joy amid devastation on Tuesday, pulling a little girl out of a collapsed apartment building 4 days after a strong earthquake ravaged the large city of Izmir. The girl's name is Ada Gezgin, but Turkish officials are calling her our miracle, after she emerged relatively unscathed despite spending 91 hours pinned between a heavy dishwasher and debris. She is 3 years old, according to Health Minister Fahrettin Koca. A worker heard the girl crying out as recovery teams carefully removed layers of concrete and debris, hoping to find anyone who survived Friday's 7.0 magnitude earthquake. A call immediately went out to silence generators and other equipment. Nures Aksoy, who was leading the search and rescue team, said he was able to speak to the trapped girl, asking her name and how she is. I'm fine, she replied, according to a news release from the Interior Ministry. Aksoy said he then saw the girl wave her hand. As they toiled, the recovery team was also mindful of new tremblers that could dislodge wreckage. Western Turkey has experienced more than 1,500 aftershocks since that large quake. All right, let's go on to another one. Well, there was this from PJ Media. Pelosi calls Amy Coney Barrett an illegitimate Supreme Court justice by Tyler O'Neill. On Tuesday, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi condemned Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett as illegitimate because President Donald Trump nominated her in the lead up to the 2020 election. Let's see. She claimed Trump is waging his deadly lawsuit to destroy protections for pre-existing conditions and every other benefit of the Affordable Care Act. She claimed he demonstrated a contempt for science. Then she turned to Amy Coney Barrett, and it appears Pelosi meant to claim that Amy Coney Barrett is an illegitimate Supreme Court justice because the Senate confirmed her in a week before the election. However, the Senate has confirmed Supreme Court justices even later into election years, specifically after elections had already happened. The Senate has even confirmed Supreme Court justices nominated by lame duck presidents before. So there was that. I found this kind of interesting. This was from the Freedom Outpost. Anthony Fauci's own family close to disowning him over coronavirus fails. Dr. Anthony Fauci may be the left media's go-to coronavirus expert, but it appears that the good doc's own family has about had it with his lockdown nonsense. And this was by author Warner Todd Houston. Yes, it looks like some of Fauci's own family is sick of the flip-flopping and its confusing COVID proclamations. Fauci's cousin, who is also named Anthony, is a restaurant owner in New York, said that his family members' talk and suggestions of coronavirus lockdowns is backfiring on the country. The restaurateur, who owns La Fanta restaurant in Staten Island, New York, says the lockdowns simply don't work. They shouldn't do the lockdowns, the restaurant owner said, especially now if you don't abide by the rules. Shut that area down, but don't shut the whole industry. His son, Joe, agrees. In the beginning, I thought was fabulous, and then a few times he flip-flopped on different things, Joe explains. He had us all locked down at a tremendous rate. They should have loosened things up when it was slowing down in the summer. Everything else was loosening up except the restaurant business. And it is totally true that Fauci has been on every side of the issue concerning the virus. He was dismissive of the virus before he was consumed with worry over it. He was against masks before he was for them, and he was not a fan of lockdowns before he went all in on them. How this guy has any credibility at all is beyond a sensible person's ability to grasp. And I agree with that article wholeheartedly. I just have a couple minutes left. I'll drop the share. See when the guys come in this time. And I'm going to look at live chat a little bit. Thank you for being with 5 by 5. I see Alec Martin and Chemical Liquor and Stu Ward. Let's see. Some more in D live chat. I see Puppy Cat. Thank you, mods, for being out there. Wrenches. I see Pissed Patriot, Breaking Barium, Grateful One, Sweets in Iowa, Anna. Hi, Season Pixels. How are ya?
Doing well, doing well. Just waiting on 4129 to get in here, and we'll go ahead and start the show.
Okay. Awesome. How are you today? Have you been keeping up with the election?
I have. I've been keeping up with it, and gotta admit, I am very, very angry right now at what we're watching happening. They are absolutely trying to steal this thing.
I totally understand. I woke up and my husband had gone off to work, and we talked, and he's like, "Well, who won?" And I'm like, well, we know who won, honey. You know, we saw those rallies and all those people. You know, remember the 58,000?
Yeah. Well, remember, it's not who votes who counts, but who counts the votes who counts. That's what we're watching happening right now.
Yep. And I think they're going to try to convince us that, you know, Biden won, and I refuse to believe that. He did not win. He didn't. So we're holding the line.
Yep. As frustrating as it is, we're holding the line.
Absolutely.
And here comes Adel. Here he is.
All right. Well, you guys have a great show. All right.
Thank you very much. Sunny days ahead.
You're welcome. See you later.
See you.
All right. Pixels, you want to just play the show opener and we'll get started after that?
Yep, I am just changing the show title, and here we go. The New Guard, everybody. Let's go ahead and try and I don't know. Hold the line, I guess.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice.
If fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government.
You are watching The New Guard here on the 5x5 network. Hold the line. Stop the steal. 412, take it away, my dude.
Yeah, well, first of all, welcome everybody to the 5x5 network. I know I'm hosting this over on We the People Insider channel on D Live. So if you're sitting over on my channel and you're watching this, do me a favor, go up to the top of the stream. You're going to see visit channel up there. Get your butts into this live chat so I can see you guys. Make sure you follow 5x5 Network. It's an excellent channel with a lot of excellent people involved on it. So please get on in there. I apologize if I look tired. It's because I am. I was up very late last night and got up fairly early this morning.
Same
very,
here.
Yeah, very, very little time for sleep. We are 100% at war right now. 100% at war right now. And I for one, you know, and forgive me, I'm probably going to repeat myself a good bit from the show earlier today that I just did on We the People Insider. So I apologize for that. But Pixels, man, you know, last night was
infuriating.
It was sad. Honestly, yeah, I mean, I'm incredibly angry. And all of you, if there's a very appropriate response to this is anger, but I'm more sad. Again, you know, over 71 million people, 71 million people are either very low information voters or completely indoctrinated and controlled by the mainstream media narrative.
I refuse to believe that 70 million people would vote for Biden.
I don't know, man. I
refuse to believe it.
I would love to think that it, you know, there, and I could see why, right? There's a lot of unsolicited mail-in ballots out there. There's a lot of ways that these numbers could be just hyperinflated beyond all realistic expectations. And I'm with you, and I think that was done to some level, but there's a large portion of the country, I would say the majority of the country, unfortunately, and I say that as far as population, not by area, that the Great Awakening hasn't even touched them. It hasn't.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about the Great Awakening. Yesterday was an example of how overstated that phrase is. This country is still very, very much asleep in a lot of ways now. That's not to say that we haven't come a long way, you know, from where we were prior to the Trump era. But last night, you had a 74-year-old senile old man literally propped up. You had him showing many signs of clear cognitive decline. You had a laptop from hell, smoking gun evidence of being compromised, bought and paid for by China, Russia, the Ukraine, Kazakhstan. Am I missing anything there, Pixels?
Oh, I'm sure there's many more that we don't know about.
Smoking gun evidence of this. And because we've been so hyperpolarized and digitally segregated and have lost the ability to reach across the aisle and find any common ground whatsoever, more than half of the country would appear has no idea what's going on with the Bidens, or that the D in front of his name supersedes any criminality that he might be wrapped up in. And it's a very sad day in America to realize that if it wasn't for a little thing called the Electoral College, this country wouldn't even exist anymore, you know, and it probably wouldn't have existed for a long time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's just some opening thoughts. What do you think, man?
Well, I mean, I share your sentiment completely. I mean, last night I remember drunkenly berating the masses of voters who can't take freaking a few minutes out of their day to read a damn article and inform themselves about all this stuff that came out about the Bidens. I had somebody that I work with tell me the other day that she voted for Biden. Why? Oh, because just Trump needs to go. He divides people. That's the infantile thinking that we're dealing with here. And this is somebody who supported Trump before, but after this whole COVID and BLM bullcrap, I think it just completely brainwashed her to the other side. So we do have that problem here in America where people are so gullible and people are so asleep, like you said. We still have a lot of that going on here in the country. But I think the main thing that is screwing this up right now is the massive voter fraud operation that the Democrats are running. Here is what, and I think we came to this consensus a few minutes ago before we came on the show here. Here is what it should look like. Here is what the actual result probably is if you were to remove the voter fraud. And here is what we're looking at right now.
That's what's so infuriating about this, Pixels. The cabal isn't trying to steal the republic on a close election. This wasn't close.
Mm-hmm.
This was a historic landslide, honestly. President Trump, it became very obvious pretty early in the night that he was going to almost run the table in battleground states.
Yep.
He was going to win Pennsylvania decisively, Florida decisively, North Carolina and Georgia by enough that there should be no question, Ohio in the bag by many points, North Carolina, no problem, Michigan, he was up like 13 points with 75% reporting. Pennsylvania was like 17 points, like 15 or I mean, it was like crazy numbers. And Wisconsin too, by a solid 7 or 8 points. Then you saw Fox News call Arizona early without counting a single election day vote in Maricopa County. And that was the hinge point, because right after that happened, that's when they stopped counting votes. In Michigan,
they stopped counting votes as soon as the states started going the way that they didn't want it to go. They stopped counting the votes. It came to a standstill, and we were covering this last night, and we all kind of had like a WTF moment. Like, where's the rest of the results? It just came to a freaking halt.
Yeah, it was an unprecedented move to stop counting quotes on election day. Completely unprecedented move. And you knew something was up right then and there. But I was listening to Richard Barris on the War Room, and he was going through county by county, trying to figure out where Democrats could come up with the votes to potentially flip Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. He could not do it. And this guy is top of the line. Like, if you've watched Richard Barris, there's nobody better out there at this. He tried to give them the benefit of the doubt in every area in which they had votes to pick up, giving them best case scenario in all of his, calculations. And it still wasn't happening. And then at 4 a.m, we got the dumps. Yeah. Let me show you what these look like. That's not it. I had it somewhere. Here we go. Here we go. And this graph basically repeats itself for both Michigan and Wisconsin. Look at how this flows. You see flattening out. You see a reflection on both parties. You see a jump. You see a reflection on both parties. Then you get over 100,000 votes. Over 100,000 votes.
What we're looking at right there on that graph is mathematically impossible.
No, not mathematically impossible.
Okay, statistically impossible.
Yes, statistically impossible. This is as blatant of a con job as you could possibly have. This vertical line here is an absolute disgrace.
And people should be going to prison for well over 20 years for this shit.
This is yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's where I am right now. Up until this point, I've questioned many times inactivity when it comes to justice, prosecutions, investigations. And every time I get skeptical, I am met with a
People calling you a concern fag?
Oh, just trust the plan. No, he doesn't trust the plan. He's losing the faith for just little things. For just little things, you know? Well, the election's over. What's always the excuse, Pixels? What's always the go-to line?
Election optics.
Optics. We'd love to see him do that, but it's bad optics. It's bad optics. Oh, till you're blue in the face.
Yep. Now optics don't matter.
Nope. That is no longer, we talk about the left and their cognitive dissonance all the time. Our own might be challenged here soon. If something's got to happen here, something has got to happen. There has to be an equal counterpunch to what they did last night. They took a landslide victory, a victory that the people spoke loudly in those battleground states. The people showed up, and they're trying to overthrow the will of the people in this country. There's got to be a equal and opposite reaction to that. I saw someone in live chat say, "Is civil war on the table?" I don't want to talk like that yet. That's something that I don't think we need to even bring up right now. And nothing's off the table. Let's be honest. We're talking about
our freedom here,
the future of the republic. Absolutely. So, is it on the table in the distant future, assuming all the bad luck in the world between now and then? Maybe it might come to that, but no. My point is that if 2018 election was a sting operation and DHS has all this evidence of voter fraud, let's see it. If this election was secure and safe and they were monitoring, let's see what they did. Expose it if you have it. If you don't,
there is some talk that I saw out there about the DHS being, and I don't know if this is valid or what. It's just something that I've seen, that the DHS printed the ballots using some special paper or whatever, and so that any ballots that don't have that mark or whatever will be thrown out, right? And so it's kind of assuming that the DHS ran a sting operation with the 2020 election. But until we see something from that, we don't know. It's just a rumor right now, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Pixels, is this part of the plan? What we're seeing last night and today in live chat, you can answer as well. I got my eye on D Live and on all you fine folks over there on YouTube as well. Is this part of the plan?
I think it very well could be, because I mean, imagine for a moment that they do have the goods on this election, right? All the fraud that happened, they've got it all documented, and all the proof is there, and they're just waiting to release this. Well, what do you think kind of impact that's going to have on the American psyche if suddenly, right before our eyes, it's proven to us that they tried to steal this election, that they tried to dethrone the will of the American people? I think that it has a potential for causing a giant wave of awakening, right, that we need. But then again, we're just speculating here. We don't know what's going to happen. We can't tell the future, and damn it, I wish I could.
We must trust the plan a little while longer. Yes, this is the plan. It's part of the plan. We're being used as pawns. I think it had to have a crime to be able to get justice. Well, you look no further than the 2018 election, which we thought was being monitored. Plenty of crimes there to go around. Not a lot of justice. The plan, don't forget, also has alternatives. Maybe this is one of those alternatives. Let me see over on YouTube what we got here. Paul Harler says, "We are winning. Trust the plan." He says, 4 and 2, you have to show the people the truth. Trust the plan. Yeah, that's another one I keep hearing, is you have to show people the truth. Show people the truth.
Well, we have been shown. We've been shown the truth for freaking 4 years.
I mean,
it's just a matter of whether people are willing to pay attention and whether these social media companies are willing to freaking step down and allow the information to be shown.
Well, I mean, what do we have? How far do we have to go here? I mean,
to the brink.
We've
to
been
the brink of destruction, right?
We've had our Fourth Amendment rights taken from us. The people, we've seen that. We've been shown how we can have our First Amendment right taken from us on social media. Yep, we see it. We've seen how radical leftists can hijack a city for months on end with no real repercussion to their actions. So we've seen that too. Now we've seen how they can steal an election, a landslide election, without any pushback from the media. In fact, the media being in on it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what else do we have to see? Joe Biden inaugurated? Do we have to see some of our friends thrown in some gulags before we've seen enough to move forward? I mean, come on. Look, I get it. It's you want to have faith in something. And look, I love Q. I think, there's a lot of great stuff there. But I look back at a lot of these posts and so many bombshells and big things that we've been promised. I don't see any of them yet, And here we are staring a literal coup attempt in the face once again. We don't have a single arrest, not a single arrest yet. And the trust the plan thing is getting extremely old. I'll say that right now. Not jumping off board, but these blanket statements of trust the plan, when you ask questions, it doesn't cut it at all anymore.
It doesn't.
You got to do better, because otherwise it's the same cognitive dissonance that we talk about the other side having. I think we're starting to show a little of that ourselves sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And right now we're at a point in time where this lack of movement in terms of justice, there's literally no excuse for it right now. And up until the point in time of inauguration of whoever's inaugurated, there is no excuse not to unleash holy hell on these people. And Soko is out there in the chat making a great point, saying they will take this to court, and guess who has been busy filling them with constitutional judges? Well, that will be President Trump. So this election is now, it's going to go into the hands of the court. And I can guarantee you that something this big, it's going to make its way up to the Supreme Court. It's not going to be rectified in the lower courts. So we're going to be waiting on this.
But it's
going to be a tense freaking moment in our history as a country. It really is. And there's no avoiding it. We just have to wait for the freaking courts to settle this crap.
What was there no avoiding this though? I guess that's my question. Was this really unavoidable?
The only way we could have avoided it it would be to arrest all of them before the election happened.
You think that's the only way to avoid it?
Yeah.
I don't think there was any other election securities they could have put in place. You don't think that they were ready for what was going to either they're either taken by surprise and they were shocked by this, which I find hard to believe, but okay. Everyone has blind spots, I guess. They either saw it happening and let it happen as part of some grand scheme. Okay, I'll play along. Or they saw it happening and just didn't care. And this is a coup from both sides. I could totally see the Republican establishment setting up President Trump to fail.
Many of them are playing along, including freaking John Roberts of Fox News.
So it's one of those, but I don't think he was unprepared. We knew they were going to do this. We knew they were going to do this from the moment the virus hit the shores. They started talking vote by mail. This wasn't like they came up with this idea a month before the election. They knew that this was going to be the plan, right? So it's like, again, and you brought it up. I agree. We're going to win. There's no doubt in my mind, honestly, that President Trump was going to get another 4 years. But last night, last night we had an opportunity to send a message, a message to the political establishment, and we sent that message, but it didn't land because they were able to deflect it and make it look like something different. But we sent a message rebuking globalism in the way that basically their entire Marxist political ideology, and it was an election for the people. It should have been a celebration for patriots in this country, and instead, it's going to be in the courts. The people can no longer win this election. Now it's going to be an election fought by lawyers. What are we doing here? This isn't America. That's not how we're supposed to choose our government.
Well, no. You have to look at the goals of these lawsuits. The goals of the lawsuits is to throw away the votes that do not count. These votes that they just randomly came up with, and to count the votes that the American people freaking put in. That's what the lawsuits are about.
Right.
So it is the people. It is the people still winning the election, but we have to go through the courts now to do it. Which is ridiculous that it has to happen.
I misspoke. It's the narrative now. Of course, yes. If the people didn't show up to vote, then it'd be a different. So yes, but the narrative, the public perception of this election will never be the people showed up and voted President Trump in. It's going to be the lawyers showed up and made sure President Trump maintained his power. To me right now, they achieved every goal they had last night. Their goal was to muddy this thing, to create enough confusion that they can claim victory in the face of defeat, and gaslight the American public into thinking that this was something different than it was. Mission accomplished. At this moment, they have the upper hand on the narrative. I'll give them that. They have the upper hand on the narrative.
So Team Trump better be doing some Sun Tzu shit right now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And again, I think Trump's going to win Arizona. He's going to hold Pennsylvania, and it's not going to matter, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. But I guess I went into last night, Pixels, thinking to myself, I know that they're going to try to do this, but the win is going to be overwhelming enough that they won't be able to. And I thought I was right. When I saw the numbers coming in around midnight, I thought I was dead on accurate about that.
And you were, but then they stopped it.
Right. They stopped it. And what I was really hoping was, there'd be a lot of the country not happy with how it went, but at least the tension would be over. There would be no more prospect of 4 more years. So from our perspective, we got what we wanted. We got 4 more years. From their perspective, there was a light at the end of the tunnel as far as the end of Trump at that point. And we'd never have to fight as a nation of it ever again. There was at least going to be a deflation period in the tensions for a minute there, where there could be some ability to maybe start searching for that common ground that we haven't been able to find for a long time. Instead, what we got was a situation that's only going to make things so much worse as far as how divided we are. And that's what kills me, is it's going to make it so much harder to come together unless they have something, a counterpunch, something so massive, so devastating, so grotesque and undeniable to show the American people that can bring everybody together. Something like Epstein, Maxwell, Clinton Foundation, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Related. Then I feel like that, the election would almost become an afterthought after something like that. So maybe that's part of the plan is to use that stuff. But man, what a missed opportunity last night to just put an end to some certain things. And I do see it that way. I do see it as a missed opportunity, not from the people. The people showed up, but from, I don't know. I feel like President Trump should have claimed victory at 11:30 at night. He should have walked out there and been like, look at these leads. This is it. We won. And that should have been that. Waiting till 2:30 in the morning, I think made this worse than it needed to be.
Yeah, well, I don't want to make your head explode, but I think him claiming victory that early would be very bad optics.
What does it matter?
Yeah.
What does it matter? You take control of the narrative.
Well,
you show the leads,
it would
you
be
show the
giving
numbers.
It would be giving cannon fodder to the media, who's already just horrible.
It makes them the sore loser, though. It turns them into the sore loser. He had all the numbers on his side. He had the momentum on his side. He had everything on his side. All he had to do is come out and say it. Look at this. These are insurmountable leads in all of these states. There's no reason. This is a clear victory for me and my campaign. Then he puts it on the left to sit there and try to dispute that. Instead, he waited for them to essentially claim victory, and now he's the one, in my opinion, that looks like he's trying to chase the narrative. And this is the exact opposite of what we've normally seen from President Trump. Normally, he's bold and forces the narrative, and now I feel like he's chasing it a little bit. And he's doing the right thing today by claiming PA before they could do anything else, because now he's flipped the optics on PA, and we got to hope that Arizona or Nevada come through for us. But I thought waiting was a terrible idea. And you said optics meant nothing at that point last night. Pixels, he couldn't have won or lost a single vote last night by claiming victory at 11:30 at night. And it's easy to sit up here and second guess. I don't know who's in the president's ear giving him advice. I don't even, and I could be wrong. I could have a blind spot on this, but I feel like it might have been a bit of a tactical error to wait till 2:30 in the morning to come out and try to claim victory the way he did.
Yeah. And not only has he claimed Pennsylvania now, but so we have Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan that he's claiming victory on now. This was just an hour ago on Twitter. And the lawsuits are already flowing from President Trump and Rudy Giuliani in the campaign. So it's just, I wish that we didn't have to do this, but it's all eyes on the courts now. But now, I mean, like, let's look at what's happening today. Like, I've got a collection of headlines here, and this just further displays the ridiculousness of what we're facing here. Arizona voters fear ballots weren't counted because they used Sharpies. This is happening freaking everywhere. Lots of people saying that their ballots weren't counted because they were given Sharpies and the ink bled through or whatever. And I checked on the Michigan website too to check if my vote even went through. And you can't even do it, apparently, on the Michigan.gov website. So what the hell is that? But now there's a video of workers covering the windows at Detroit's absentee ballot counting center. We see this happening all over the country. Poll workers not allowing poll watchers to even see what's going on. Well, if they weren't doing anything corrupt, if they weren't trying to steal the vote, if they weren't, committing voter fraud, why the hell wouldn't they allow the poll watchers in? It's the only reason they would stop poll watchers from watching the polls, because they're doing some dirty crap. And all of those workers at the Detroit absentee ballot counting center, every single freaking one of them should be arrested right now. Right now. Where the hell are the police? They're actively breaking the law.
Not even breaking the law, Pixels. This is seditious, traitorous behavior. They're attempting to overthrow the will of the American people.
Yep.
For a political party and a media establishment that spent the last 4 years, bitching and moaning about the threat to our democracy. The party that talks about voter suppression and opening up voter rights for everybody. Man, man, do they sure have something against, an open and transparent election process. Look at Florida. 2 hours it took them. Florida has 3 times the population of Michigan. It took them 2 hours to count every mail-in vote, absentee ballot, and early, you name it. 2 hours, we knew who won that state.
Yeah, it's not like you have people like in the olden days just sitting around a table counting the ballots manually. That's not what's happening. You throw the freaking ballot in a machine, it counts it for you. There's no reason it should be taking this long. Tori Gem out there just gave us a $25 super chat. Thank you very much, Tori Gem. She says, love you guys. Tough times. Keep your chins up. I'm still holding on to trust the plan, as frustrating as that can be. And, I'll hold out too. And Blue Eyes is out there. Hey, Blue Eyes, how you doing? Also, we have Harmethius out there. Let's see, who else? Lots of people with us today. Super Tad is out there. Thank you guys for being, channel members. Appreciate it very much. But yeah, so, moving on here. I guess the Trump campaign is requesting a recount in major battleground state, which is Wisconsin. Discovery of Arizona data error suddenly throws early calls for Biden into question. So, of course, now after the fact, after they've called it for Biden, they're saying, oh, there's some problems, right? And here's something really concerning. Biden planning to assert control of nation if media makes this call. So literally Biden is waiting for the media to give him a green light. Who the hell elected the media to make that decision? It's absolutely, it's unbelievable, dude.
Well, again, this is what.
And here we have the witch. We'll know the election results when every ballot is counted. Let's translate that. We'll know the election results as soon as we're done fudging the numbers.
Okay, how about Arizona? Let's talk about Twitter's behavior for a second. All right, because you just read that there. Twitter said no one's allowed to, until every vote's counted, no one's allowed to call any states. Well, I didn't see Fox News or any of these other places get kicked off of Twitter for, saying Virginia won when there was less than 1% in there. Arizona, they still, it's the night after. They still haven't counted the day of votes in Arizona. They are but Fox called Arizona. They tweeted it. They weren't taken down.
Mm-hmm. No, because they're an authoritative source, right?
Yeah, but President Trump, the president of the United States, tweets almost anything at all right now, and they're putting it behind a censor wall. Jack Dorsey, he should be arrested yesterday. Mm-hmm. Cutting off communication of the president of the United States. This is big tech, big media, and the Democrat Party colluding together to stage a coup on the American people right now. You're watching it in real time.
Yep.
You're watching a third world level coup attempt in real time in the greatest country that ever was.
Yep.
That's what you're watching. It is.
And look at this.
Heartbreaking.
Twitter bans account that shared video of man claiming to burn Trump ballots after it was shared by Eric Trump.
Yeah.
So you posting a video of this happening and then getting shared by Eric Trump, that's grounds for banning you from Twitter. When are we going to see a stop to this? What is it going to take for this to stop? Because I really do think it's going to take freaking a frog march of Jack Dorsey. I really do. I think that's what it's going to take to stop this crap. Because letters from the Senate and being forced to come in and testify, which basically all they do is lie, that's not going to move the needle in any direction whatsoever. They laugh in the face of the Senate. They don't give a shit what the Senate does. It's going to take action from the Department of Justice for Twitter to stop this crap. And what you just said there too, the big tech, big media, and the Democrat Party colluding together to stage a coup and to overthrow the will of the American people in the greatest country that this world has ever seen. To me, this is actually embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for our country right now, like to the max. I don't know what else to say outside of that. It's infuriating and it's embarrassing. This should never, ever happen in our country, ever. I don't care how bad things get. This stuff is third world stuff. This is Banana Republic, corrupt, ridiculous. This is something you never see in America. And I'm filled with freaking disdain that this is happening right now. And I'm amazed.
Yeah. And it was again, I think this is a I think there's a lot of things colluding against the president, including his own party on this. I really do. I really, really do. Pompeo promised those Hillary emails prior to the election. Never saw them.
Yeah.
Graham, if Republicans would just learn to actually fight to win, there would have not been a single ACB hearing. They would have confirmed her the day after she was nominated and had her in there ready to go for any election level disputes. Didn't do that. Graham was too busy doing his dog and pony show for the voters in South Carolina. You had Christopher Wray, who should have been fired months ago, who's been holding information on Hunter Biden in the Ukraine while President Trump was being impeached. How much time was wasted there while he was hiding that information? Not to mention the stuff that he's been refusing to let come out to help General Flynn, the stuff that he's been hiding on Seth Rich. Christopher Wray is a disgrace, yet he's been allowed to sit there in that position. And then you have Gina Haspel, another one who is slow walking information, protecting her agency outside instead of protecting the American people and their right to see what's going on behind the scenes with their tax dollars and how things are being manipulated by the CIA. All of these people within the executive branch and the Republican Party dropped the ball tremendously on this. And I honestly, I really wonder if the vote, these massive amounts of mail-in ballots that came in at the last second that are clearly fraudulent, I almost wonder if the Republicans were just willing to look the other way, that are in charge of watching that stuff. President Trump's great, but he does not surround himself with great people. He's always seems to surround himself with just the worst. I mean, he had General Flynn, which was awesome, and then after General Flynn was ousted, it's like he's purposely trying to put the worst possible people in his inner circle to give him bad advice. So I don't know, man. It's sad. It's infuriating. I don't know what to say about it. He's gonna win this. Don't get me wrong. He's gonna win. We're gonna get 4 more years. But this isn't the way it was supposed to happen, I don't think.
Yeah. I think that we're also at a point in time where Trump and the Patriots, the White Hats, need to shit or get off the pot. Like, just do it. Just do it. There's nothing stopping them from doing it now. There's no optics. There's no reason at all why they can't bring the day of reckoning. And I'm talking like right now, right freaking now. We've had enough waiting, and there are no more excuses left for us to wait. None at all.
Well, that's
especially when they're trying to overthrow our entire freaking country right now. This is war, and we have to respond. We cannot keep taking these punches. We can't, or we will lose our country.
I mean, how long do you have to wait, Pixels, before you start to seriously question if the hammer's ever actually going to drop? You know what I mean? Like the fact, I could see giving it a couple of days to try to straighten out the election stuff first, or at least get on some firm footing there. That's got to be the priority for sure. What they're trying to do in Pennsylvania is going to take some manpower to stop. So I totally see taking some time to address the situation and throw some resources at it. But now that we're beyond optics land, that's safe to say. We're in agreement, right? There's no value to optics anymore. Is there anybody out there in live chat? I'll just ask. That still sees a value in playing the optics game. Put up a 1 in live chat if you still see any value at all in playing the optics game. Just very curious about that. If any of you will be willing to swallow that as rationale for why things aren't happening. Let's just say 3 months from now, if it's 3 months from now, or let's say if we get to this summer and still no hammer dropped. President Trump wins the election, but now we're in July of 2021 and still no hammer dropped. Someone says to you, optics, it's optics. That gonna fly? Pixels, that gonna fly with you? I'm just curious. Like, someone says trust the plan at that point. I mean, are you still going along with trust the plan on that? I mean,
I'm not gonna hold out forever. Absolutely not. We've held out for freaking 3 years, dude.
It's a long time. It's a long time. It's a long time to sit here and be, have this carrot waving in front of us, that it's coming. You're thinking, all right, well, if it's going to come, you better do it before the election. Then the election gets close and nothing happens. Like, oh, they must be really confident about where they are in the election, how that's going to go. I don't know. Like I said, we're frustrated, man, and we're just kind of spitballing. But I'm at the point now where blindly encouraging the plan, I trust the plan, but my rope on that's running out a little bit. I'll just put it that way. As I sit here right now, I still have faith, but I
do too. But my rope started running out, like you said, the moment that I realized that the whole thing from Barr of late spring, early summer for the Durham reckoning, and it never happened. They allowed these idiots to use COVID as an excuse for why it never happened. Yep. My rope started running out at that moment, and I'm still holding out. Because you know what it means if we don't hold out, if the plan isn't happening, if there is no hammer drop, you know what happens? Freaking civil war happens. That's it. Cut and dry. And I don't want that. I don't want our country to have to go through another civil war to once again save the country from the Democratic Party. I think this could be handled much better than the civilians of this country freaking killing each other over it.
I don't think it's going to come to that. Like I said, it's not going to come to that.
Well, it's either the hammer drops or it comes to that. I'm telling you right now, it's either the hammer drops or it freaking comes to that.
Like I said, I still trust the plan. I think the hammer is going to drop. I do. I think it's a zero-sum game for the president at this point. And after last night, I think scorched earth is his best option to go 100% scorched earth on all of this. We'll see if that's the way he does it or not. President Trump has this weird thing where it's like he's always fighting to get good press from the mainstream media. It feels like there's always a part of him that wants to find a way to try to get a good story out of them, like it's ever going to happen. And I think the time for that's just over. He has to give zero fucks about what his opponents think of him at this point and just unleash hell. I really think that's the way forward here.
I agree.
Drop the Epstein stuff, drop the Durham stuff, drop the Biden stuff, put all of these people under investigation or unleash the evidence that you have, and start putting people away for what they've done. It's time for this human trafficking angle to get out from under the covers, out from the closet, and become a mainstream topic. This whole thing where we get mocked for talking about the human trafficking angle when we talk about who, where the whole mainstream media, they believe it's a satanic pedophile. That needs to end. That the fact that that's happening needs to become a well-known reality to this country in a hurry, because that's the only unifying thing that I can think of. You're not going to unify the country by arresting Obama for spying. That's honestly probably going to further divide it, at least in the short term. You're not going to unify the country by showing massive voter fraud. Yeah, it'll get you where you want to go as far as waking up certain people, I guess, and getting the election results that you've earned. But there's going to be a large portion of people out there who think that you're just stealing the election from them, right? That's not going to bring people together. The only thing that I can think that you could put out there that left, right, progressive, conservative, I mean, the only thing that I think they'd agree with is harming a child, trafficking children, slavery. There's no place for it. And I think it's at the point now where your only move left is to expose that in such an unrefutable way that your fantasy football player, weekend warrior, who the only time he sees any newscast is accidentally flipping by it on the channel list, has to see it and look at it and be compelled to stand against it. That's the only thing I can think of that's going to get the job done right now.
The people that don't want to hear about politics but voted for Biden because they were told that was what they should do by the media, or whatever. There are so many people and that's, I think that there's a level of people don't want to know the truth. Maybe deep down they probably know that it's really bad and that really horrible things happen at the hands of these people, but ignorance is bliss. People are selfish. It's a burden for us to carry this information, especially when nobody believes us, right?
Not only no one believes us, but we're mocked we're mocked by the mainstream media about
and we're
the
mocked
worst
by
part
people
of
in
this.
our own life that we've known for years and years. I've been mocked by people who I was best friends with. They know exactly who I am, and they've allowed the media to tell them who I am. Right?
Yeah.
It's a heavy burden to carry, and I think that the normies, you're right. The normies, the people that don't care to hear about politics, who don't want to know about all this stuff and don't want to carry that burden, it's time for them to wake the hell up.
Yeah.
And the only thing that's gonna do that is for what you're talking about to come out. Something massive, disgusting, irrefutable. Something so bad that all the major media networks will be forced to either cover it or expose themselves by not covering it. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Some people out there are saying, and I want to find this. Edmund Flo says, how does he go scorched earth? He has nobody to help him. He's the president of the United States. He has a lot of power that up until now he hasn't used, and he could. He can do so many things to put a stop to this right now. The previous administrations and the previous Congresses have increased the power of the president a crap ton, and he simply just hasn't used a lot of that power that he has. So that's how he freaking goes scorched earth, is by using that power that he has and that he hasn't used up until this point in time. Caffeine Addict says, remember they fired the first shot, and that's a great point, but I believe they fired the first shot last night and this morning. They did. And now it's time for us to respond.
Yeah, I just want everyone to be clear that I'm not down today because I think that we're losing. I don't think that's the case. I feel very confident we're going to win. I don't feel down today because I, have lost faith in the plan, because it's not the case, not yet anyway. I'm down because I was really hoping that after 11-3, we could all start to be able to talk to each other again. like I said, I hate the fact that we've lost the ability to reach across the aisle and start finding some common ground with, the people that we've ultimately been at war with for the last 4 or 5 years, really since President Trump came down the escalator. I didn't join the battle that early, but many of you were in it at that point. So that's why I am the way that I am right now, is I see no opportunity to even start that process yet. In fact, it's going to be months, more than likely, probably well after President Trump is inaugurated.
I think we're down because not because we think that we've lost, but because we thought this was the moment of total and utter victory, and now we're faced with the prospect of having to wait more. Right? Hurry up and wait.
It's not the wait. It's not the timing. It's the further division when we could afford at least. Left and right is ready to tear each other's heads off in a lot of places. You walked with a MAGA hat in Portland. Good luck making it a mile down the street without being stabbed or beaten or thrown on you or spit on. If you wear a Joe Biden shirt in the middle of a deep red place, I don't think you're going to hit you or anything, but they'll probably laugh at you to your face.
Oh, you'll get mocked and ridiculed, but at least you won't get shot.
But the point is that I was looking forward to the end of, or at least the beginning of the end of that era, in a way, to where it's like, okay, the war was fought and we can, start to heal again. And now it's the war was fought. Nothing was decided. We hate each other probably more than we did when we started it. And we're going to be kind of in this limbo where, we're going to continue to fight and get on each other for at least another month, I'm guessing. I don't see this being resolved in the next day or two. Do you? I mean, they're going to court. It's going to have to go up to the Supreme Court. 2000. I mean, Tennessee Homesteader was making this point on this show earlier about how long it took in 2000. That was just one state, one county that was contested. This is a mess. Mm-hmm. This is a complete and utter mess. So unless there's some massive counterpunch that's about to drop, this is going to take time to resolve. And the time it takes to resolve, you're going to see riots, insurrections, destruction of property, assault, rape, murder, looting. You're going to see cities burned to the ground. You're going to see the absolute worst in people. And I feel like this all could have probably been avoided. And that's what breaks my heart, is that we're going to have to go through another round of this. And when it does come time to heal, we're going to be trying to reach across and find common ground with people who still think that somehow we cheated, or vice versa. We'll think that they cheated. It just sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah. We have something here from James O'Keefe. It's about 37 seconds long, that just came out. So let's take a look. Apparently he's going to be busting something wide open in Michigan. So there's some good news.
If anything's done about what he finds, that's good news.
Hello everyone, James O'Keefe here in an undisclosed location. Hey, we got a big story tonight coming in the state of Michigan. A lot of ballot fraud, a lot of things that we're exposing, and this one's pretty shocking. Shows some illegal voter fraud. We have been getting thousands of tips. We've read every single one of them. We are on top of all of them. Our journalists are in the field. Thank you for sending your tips to VeritasTips@protonmail.com. We have dozens of people across the country with the hidden cameras corroborating this information. Keep sending it our way, working as hard as we can. Stay tuned. Next Project Veritas bombshell out this evening in the state of Michigan. Hello.
Thank God for James O'Keefe. Thank God for that man.
There should be a statue erected of him and Tom Fitton in D.C.
James O'Keefe is one of the few people out there that I don't have a problem calling a real journalist. I don't think there's a better journalist out there than James O'Keefe. This kid should have won so many Pulitzer Prizes. You just go down the list on the work he's put out there. I don't think anyone has done more to expose big tech, the corruption, voter fraud, you name it, the media. I don't think there's anybody out there that's done more to expose that stuff than James O'Keefe.
And look at this from Brian Cates. Of course, Twitter did their auto scroll trickery, so it's going to take me a second to pull it up, but I found it again. Screw you, Jack. Still found it. Let's read this here from Brian Cates. Remember, DHS printed the ballots, so he's confirming this. They have radioactive isotopes and watermarks and other identifiers. This isn't advertised broadly, but the info is out there. Ballots printed by other parties or foreign countries won't pass muster when challenged in court. When you produce a block of 110,000 plus ballots at 4 a.m. in the morning after midnight on election day, and none of them have the isotope or the watermark or other identifiers, Trump laughs in your face as they get tossed. Also, remember, Trump knew what was coming. He said in his 2 a.m. statement, quote, "We don't need them finding ballots at 4 a.m. and adding them to the list." What happened 2 hours after he said that? Stop pretending he wasn't ready for them to do this. They only telegraphed this strategy repeatedly over the last several months. He didn't advertise what his countermeasures would be to what they were planning. They went through it, and now he'll go through with his countermeasures. Stay tuned. And then, of course, this is something that Laura linked for us before. We have here from September 12th, 2018, an executive order on imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign intelligence in a United States election. So there are things happening. And I think that, we're going to get a counterpunch as far as the election is concerned and the courts, especially if this thing about the DHS printing the ballots is true. That's like the perfect sting. And then I think we're also going to be getting a counterpunch in some other area as well, some kind of big revelation that wakes up a large swath of the country. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I hope so too. And shout out to Daddy Dragon out there. Yes, you are a real journalist, my friend. I'm not just saying that tongue in cheek. You've actually done some great boots on the ground reporting. You've actually probably, you've probably done more journalism on American geopolitical affairs than the entire mainstream media that operates out of this country combined. Daddy Dragon, just your videos on Spygate alone that you've done did more justice to the political climate in America than what all of the mainstream media networks combined have done. So I hope you didn't take too much offense from me saying, James O'Keefe was one of the few people I consider real journalists. I didn't say the only person.
You know what else I like about Daddy Dragon?
What's that?
His uncanny ability to make everybody smile and laugh.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The guy's a legend, absolute legend. And just a great patriot from the other side of the pond. Pixels, we're at the top of the hour here. I am ready to get away from the microphone. Yesterday was a marathon. I did 2 hours on my show, then another 3 hours during the election. So I'm ready to take a break. I probably won't be back really live again until tomorrow when I'm live with Dilly and Frank for taking it back at 4 o'clock. And then at 6 o'clock tomorrow, I'm going to be on with Crypto Beatles, doing an interview on his channel live over on YouTube. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. But yeah, you all out there have a great night in the live chat. And I'm going to toss it over to Pixels to say the final word and take us out here.
Just remember, everybody, it is not over. We have not lost. Okay, we have won. But it's going to be up to the courts to prove that now, unfortunately. And we're waiting on some kind of hammer drop or revelation here. That's really all we got so far. We're kind of, I hate that we're in this position right now where everything has to be so confusing and ridiculous and corrupt and dirty, but that's just the reality of where we're at as a country. We have been unfortunately transformed into a banana republic by the very people that we're fighting here. And and they're not gonna go down without a fight, right? We shouldn't and we couldn't have expected them to take the loss easily, right? Especially after what we saw happen in 2016. I said many times that the 2020 presidential election will be like 2016, but amplified by probably a matter of 10, and that's what we're looking at right now. The Democrats refusing to concede and doing everything they can to fraudulently steal this election. So we'll keep you posted as things happen. Pay attention to Twitter today. Pay attention to President Trump's Twitter. Pay attention to the the things that are going to be happening in the courts here, and keep your eyes peeled for anything that's happening. Also, pay attention to the rioting that's probably going to be going on. I'm sure it's already going on right now. We saw some of that last night in D.C. Keep your eyes peeled for that. See something, say something, and the next time I'll be live will be here on Sunday, I believe, at 4:00 p.m. Eastern for our roundtable, and I'm looking forward to that. As things happen, I'll be posting stuff to Twitter as I normally do. So much love, everybody. This has been The New Guard, and I think that we are the last show today, correct? So
I don't see anybody else in here, so I'm just going to assume that that's the case.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and close it out. Much love, everybody. Keep the faith. Hold the line. We are going to do this. We are not losing our country. In fact, we are taking it back. And pray.
If you're in Arizona, count the fucking votes already.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, guys. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that Project Veritas thing that's dropping as well. But that's it. That's all we've got today. This has been The New Guard on the 5x5 Network. If you enjoyed the stream today, please hit that thumbs up button, share the stream, share this channel with your friends and family, so on and so forth. And if you really like what we're doing, of course, we have a super chat and many other ways you can donate to this channel monetarily down in the description below. So thank you guys very much for being here today. And this has been Seasoned Pixels and 412 and on for the 5x5 Network. Out.